Good morning and welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting, Town of Qualicum Beach. I want to acknowledge that we are on traditional territory of the Coast Salish people, in particular our Qualicum First Nation, and I call the meeting to order. The first item is the adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Then the agenda is adopted by consent. There's only one item today, and that is strategic planning, and I'll turn it over to our facilitator, Alison Hepkirk.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Another fun day ahead of us. I know you're all super keen to be here. I'm really impressed to see members of the public here because, gosh, spending a day with strategic planning and watching the sausage making, awesome. You know, for me, this is like the dream come true day, but I think for most people, not so much fun. Let me first apologize. I'm going to have my back to the staff. I'm going to have my back to you. So I'm sorry. That's just the realities of this room. And I'll have times when poor Councillor Young, I have my back to her more often than not. So I apologize for that. I just wanted to just say, just try to lay the path for this morning. I've got a little agenda here. Just for council's benefit, really as much as anything. Just so that we know what the tasks are for today. So the first thing we're going to do is work through the Pantone table. So the public has this colorful table, the Pantone table. We're going to work through that section by section, take any questions from council, and then ultimately we're going to look to council for resolutions, and we'll go through that with you step by step. But the first go through is really to ask you the question, have we got this right following last week's discussions? And you can see that there are these sort of peachy colored highlighted ones. Those are the ones that we really want to make sure we've got right. They're the ones that require some change from the information you got originally last week and you gave some alternate direction on. So we'll work through that. And then the second part of the day is to work through the capital projects piece. And again, we'll work through that systematically, one project at a time, and then we'll ask for council's direction, and you'll make resolutions that will be recommendations to council to your, I think, your next council meeting or a future council meeting. And where two things, then you'll have a little opportunity to reflect on the direction you gave today before you actually make the final decision. This is all about laying the groundwork for your budget discussions and for the bigger financial picture of the town over the next 5 years. So that's what we're going to do today. We're starting at 10 a.m. sharp. Going to have lunch break at 12 noon for 30 minutes. We'll be back sharp at 12:30. Continue our work, have a break at 2:30, and wrap up by 4 o'clock, because I understand you have another meeting tonight. Lucky you. So does that sound like a plan? Okay, great. So this next slide here, just to orient you to what this document, the Pantone table document, includes. Those items highlighted in yellow, this is consistent with what you saw last week, are initiatives from 2023 that are now completed. The green, the green colored ones are initiatives that council approved in 2023 and proposed for a later time or fold over into 2024. And the pink ones are new initiatives proposed for 2024 or beyond. And what we're calling peach colored ones, you considered last week and gave some adjustment for how they are to be dealt with going forward. And those are the ones we're going to highlight. So that's just your little orientation to what this table includes. Any questions about that, or is clear as mud? It's a lot. You know, there's a lot of colors. There are a lot of boxes. It is beautiful, you know, for just sort of strategic plan wonks like me, it's a beautiful thing. Next slide, Wesley. I guess I could take the clicker, couldn't I? And then no, because you're going to have to mess with this. So I'd ask you to turn to this document. And what we're going to do is, thank you, Wesley, we're actually going to put this document up on the screen just to make sure that we're all looking at the same things, but you have the document in front of you. So we'll start with good governance. You'll see the yellow highlighted items. They're the completed ones. The green ones, you didn't suggest any change for those. And then, sorry, the first three green ones. And then we get to records management analysis. Just to note that there was a table error, and 2025 is the correct date for that. Maybe I'll just go through these all at once and we'll come back and then take questions. The development cost charge reduction, CAC's council's requested December 6th staff report on the 2012 DCC reduction bylaw, so you'll get a staff report on that. And the next item is you've requested a staff report on the implications of delay to ongoing developments in the commercial center for the delivery hours section. So any questions about that or any change in direction that you want to give for those items? Councillor Young?
Not addressing the peach-colored columns, I'd like to just jump one step above to the town website redesign. I saw the budget allotment, and I'm just wondering if we could just kind of say something else might come up that would deem to have a little more importance in addressing the website redesign in the coming year.
So I take that to mean that you would...
I'd like that to be flexible.
Or maybe we can just ask Lou to respond to that.
Thank you. So this was discussed in Strategic Planning 2023, and Council did give direction, and so we've already started on the foundational pieces of this, and the RFP has been issued, I believe. So this one is in stream as per Council's decision-making last year.
Yeah. Councillor Harrison?
And just to further on that, I believe that there was a recent council meeting where we actually, in a regular council meeting, advanced the first step of that for the RFP process. So that's actually, we've actually decided that as a council already. So unless we want to cancel it right now, we'd probably end up having to spend the money for the contract anyways. Just a couple of things though, for me, like the development toolkit being yellow, I've never seen anything associated with that. Just to say it's complete, I think is a bit peremptory by a few weeks. It might be actually green, not yellow, just because if it's going to say completed, we should probably have already seen it at this point.
So is that a question about the development toolkit?
Just a couple of comments looking at this. That's something where we've been, it was a $200,000 plus grant to look at our development processes. And it's something from, near my parents, there's a retired builder. And
so could we just ask the staff to clarify why it's in yellow?
Yellow, yeah.
Lou, and then maybe to Luke.
Again, I apologize because we were working on this very late last night and then coming in, as I like to say, quite hot this morning. But we weren't anticipating putting the full table up or drawing our attention back to those ones. So if you went back to the PowerPoint for last week, there were 3 items in that initial yellow section that I said were planned for completion in 2023, but were at risk of being extended into 2024. And we did talk about that publicly last Friday. So that would be the development tracker, the public inquiries ticketing system, and the development toolkit. Again, the development toolkit is anticipated to be complete in 2023, but I advised you on Friday, Council would likely receive that in the first quarter of January 2024.
Okay, so it's proposed to be completed in 2023. Council will actually see it in 2024.
Just a second point too, when we're looking at the green, it's just a little bit further down. It's still on the first page, but I'm not sure if it's cut off just with the way the screen is. But the DCC report request, I don't think we specified a date with that for the staff report, just because I think the December 6th meeting is going to be pretty busy as it is. So that's something where I'm not sure if it's time sensitive.
I do recall that, yeah, Lou?
I believe my commitment was we would try for December 6th because council was anxious to receive additional information on this. But if I have to come back to you on December 6th and say we couldn't make it because of the agenda cutoff, I will do that and we'll schedule it for the next following meeting.
Okay. Point taken. I just want to go back to Councillor Young's question because I kind of want to put it to bed, if I can, the website initiative is in stream, council's given direction. So for council to take a different direction, I would suggest that council should make a resolution to terminate the project or put it on hold or something like that. So I think that's kind of where we're at with that. So I'll just leave that with you to consider whether you would want to do that.
Well, let's resolve that now. Does council want to revisit that particular item? Seeing none, we can proceed. Thank you.
I think Councillor, or is it on that matter? Is it on the website? Okay, maybe we'll carry on then.
Sorry, I was just looking for some spots where we can pull back and
Sure.
address it to something else.
Yeah, well taken,
Thank you.
because that is absolutely part of your deliberations, I'm sure. Councillor Skipsey.
Okay, my question was around the committee commission review, and we have had a few people send emails, or at least one, that there was some concern around how that was going to be done. And I wondered if we would be getting more information around sort of a framework or strategy for that, because oftentimes staff, council, and the community may see things a little differently. Like, for instance, would benches be an operational piece, or would that be a governance piece?
So where we're at with committees and commissions.
Boy, I should have had a second cup of coffee this morning. So, committees and commissions, council did give direction to undertake that in 2023. I did talk with you about doing a condensed version of it for 2023 because I could only retain a consultant late in the year. So the focus was going to be on the Public Safety Committee and the Airport Users Committee in relation to projects that were already in stream. So you have an airport consultation plan going on, and you also had review of the age-friendly transportation plan. So for 2023, what we're going to see is a council report on December 13th on that initial first phase. And then what I can commit to you is to bring back what we propose to do for 2024 and have council endorse that to make sure we're not missing the mark. If you want to expand the scope of that project, I think it's only $15,000 for 2023 and 2024, so it's quite a small project, but if you wanted to do more, I was looking for some best practices and some things we could use across the multiple committees, but again, small start for 2023, report out December 13th, and we'll bring that back to you in 2024.
That suit you? Yep. Councillor Van Wacht.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about a previous question in terms of the initiatives that are complete. I don't think we've seen the results of the airport consultation plan or the business continuity plan, or those are the two that I think have been missed. I don't know that we've seen reports on many of these items, so I'm just a little bit concerned about saying it is complete when we haven't had the information.
Lou?
Thank you. So we will, again, we addressed it in the PowerPoint, the table up on the slide today. Again, we're not inferring we're further ahead than we are. The airport consultation plan I had originally hoped to have presented to council in December. We're now looking at the January meeting given competing priorities. But again, most of the work will be done. It's just council will have the report out in January. So the work will be done in 2023 as anticipated. The money will be spent with the consultants, and then we'll have the report out on those. So any questions council has on any of those, we're happy to go through. Maybe I'll just pause now since you seem to have a few. So the airport consultation plan, you just had the public engagement pieces. You had 2 open houses last week. Those will inform the report, which is being finalized right now, presented in January. The development tracker, Staff are working on that. That's one of the ones that I flagged on Friday that has a risk of being extended into January. Again, the ones that are multi-department, such as that development tracker, those timelines are more at risk. Planner position, that was a hiring which was completed. The accessibility committee was established, and we did meet the requirements of the province. The business continuity plan has been a work in progress, and perhaps I'll turn to Luke for that because that was in his portfolio. Cybersecurity was completed. The public inquiries ticketing system, again, I flagged that for potential risk, but we're very close on bringing out a new ticketing system that we're quite excited about. The SCADA and GIS upgrade and development was completed, and the development toolkit has been completed with a report out to council in January. So if I could lean on Luke for an update on that business continuity plan.
Thank you, Lou.
Yeah.
SCADA is supervisory
Thank you.
control and data acquisition. I learned that in the last meeting on Friday. Supervisory.
Pardon me, this was answered last week, and this is really a council meeting and for the public to observe and ask questions, and then we're done. If we're going to go back and forth with council and staff and the public, we're never going to get through this. We're here so it's done in public, but not for interaction at this point. So, Mr. Sales, you answered the question what SCADA means. That was explained last week as well, so carry on.
Thank you.
Ms. Dow, please don't interject. Mr. Sales, go ahead.
What maybe I can just allay some of the sort of anxiety about this. Yeah, we did actually talk about this last week, and the acronyms were defined, but I feel your pain around this. But we will try to have an opportunity at the end of the day to have some public questions. So.
Conditions, I can only be here about an hour, so.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I think, again, just to emphasize the mayor's point, this is a work in progress. We spent a day already. This is the second day, and we'll work hard to get through the work that we need to do. And it is an opportunity for the public to observe the council decision making, and these things will all come back to council for a final decision. So, and I'm not going to take any more questions because we will really get into a rabbit hole. Luke.
Yes, thank you. So the business continuity plan has been underway for some time, and we anticipate that it will be completed in 2023. The reporting date remains to be seen. Just for context, though, the business continuity plan is more of an internal document. We have a consultant that's been working with the town, to work with town staff and various departments so that if a major event happened, an emergency, the town would have an action plan as to, which are the essential services, which are not. It's actually not a public-facing document, but we do intend to report just on the outcome and kind of wrap up that project. Thank you.
If I can just say, if you go back to the documents from last week, you'll see that the words are just a little bit different, and maybe this is what we can, a note to self for next year is that there is a difference between projects that are absolutely complete, the file is closed and you've moved on, and those documents still maybe have a report out. But the 2023, it's my understanding, was this project was identified to be worked on and hopefully completed in 23. That was the intention. And some of them are not going to be, that was discussed last week. So maybe next year we could be just a little more clear about what that, what that identification of that year means. But it was intended to be worked on in 2023. So maybe we can just say this is absolutely complete and these ones are not, and that would be helpful. If any other questions then about those yellow ones, have those put to bed? You got your questions answered? Okay. And you're okay with the first three green ones? then can we deal with those green ones that fall below that? There are peach ones, and there are ones, yeah, there's just ones that have peach. Dealt with Councillor Harrison's question about December 6th, but that's the staff's intention. Any other questions, or did we record your direction correct, Councillor Harrison?
Just one more thing, just to the chair to staff, about the encroachment policy review. So in the previous term, there was a point of some consternation. There's a lot of back and forth. And just to make sure from the town side that we've sort of closed the loop on the communication with people who, I know several people in several areas got letters saying, hey, we're going to be updating this soon. Just double checking to make sure the staff let those folks know that we're putting that whole program on pause essentially for a while, and that they're aware of that.
Luke or Lou?
Thank you. So when that process was put on pause, they were all notified. Thank you.
Awesome. Perfect. Good. So just the next row down, yeah, these ones. So there are 2, 4, 5 of them. First one, airport master planning, pending January 31st presentation report on the consultation plan. Comprehensive policy review, that was set out for 2024-25 last week. Visual identity refresh. You'll recall you decided 2025, expect any work required for redevelopment of the website in 2024. Develop a cash in lieu of parking bylaw set for 2025, and update noxious weeds and unsightly premises. There was a table error and it's slated for 2028. So is that consistent with your direction, your recall of the direction from last week? And is there anything else you would like to make different in that group?
I think my question was actually directed towards my first one, the comprehensive policy review, and whether or not there would be a strategy or a framework that we would see as to how that would be approached.
Lou?
Thank you. We did do a scoping sheet for that. Again, we referred on Friday to, we have decades of policies that haven't been reviewed. Best practice would see us differentiate between governance and administration policies. And so again, we can expand on the sheet. We'll have to look at an RFP for a consultant. So we will be coming back to council. Again, a lot of this is operational, and then we'll differentiate with those governance ones.
Sometimes the lines can be rather blurred, and council might see it one way and staff another. And my example was actually the benches, right, where that was deemed to be an operational thing, but it became much, much bigger than that. So,
And we fixed that.
yes, I know.
Yep.
Thank you. So I think what you've seen in the last year and a half is a lot of those decisions that were treated originally as operational are now being brought to council for direction. The street lights were a really good example. So again, I don't take any of those decisions for granted. And where, if it isn't even a council direction that's required, we often are bringing things forward as a for your information. So again, we don't want to surprise council. We want you to be fully in the loop. So it's a cooperative effort. So we'll work through that with you.
And you're right about the policy. When those 50-some benches went missing, we made a motion to replace them. But the overall policy about the duration of sponsorship of a bench and all those kinds of issues, that's still a policy that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Yeah, one of my reflections, I've not discussed this with Lou, but I think one of the steps you might want to consider at a future strategic planning session is to spend some time with the scoping sheets and to address this concern, Councillor Skipsey, so that to make sure that staff and council are on the same page, because that you understand the projects, what they mean and what the implications, and that they're the right scale. I mean, the scoping sheets are just a huge step in that direction, but we did have a number of items last time where council either, I think in a soft way scaled back the project or wanted to look at a smaller project than what had been scoped. So I think maybe some time spent just making sure that the scoping sheets reflect what council actually is intending. might help address that. Okay, so I'll conclude from that discussion that the governance section, you're comfortable with what's there as written, because we're going to come back and ask for a resolution. Okay. The next section is community health and well-being. Let me just ask, are there any questions about the yellow ones? Okay. Then let's deal with the green ones. The first four, or as you considered last week, if we could go to the community park site review, there was an error in the table. It's intended to be 2026, not 2025. The next one, OCP, is, as you saw last week, the food action plan linked to the REDUP funding application scheduled for 2026. Fire Department strategic plan is, as you saw last week, and the last two, Uptown Mobility Study Phase 2, 2028, and Park Inventory Prioritization Plan 2028. Any questions about that, or any thoughts that you might want to do something different? Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I guess just with putting off the park inventory prioritization plan, like we have some decisions to be made around skateboard park, pickleball, that kind of thing. Is there any implications with that?
We discussed that last week as well, and there's no problem. Those are specific elements that we can accommodate without having to do the whole plan.
And we are going to talk about the skateboard park specifically. So we'll address that. Councillor Vander Walt?
Yeah, I hate to do this, but I'm going to go back to the yellow section. I just had a question about the healthcare property space. The lease ends in March of next year. Is there anything else that we can say about that? Is it just going to, the lease is going to not be held, or can we answer that question?
Yeah, I answered that last week, that we're still working on a possible proponent, but nothing that can be publicly stated at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And if there's something that was to have like an in-camera update, because some of those things like lease negotiations while they're ongoing, that's definitely in camera, then staff might want to indicate to us, we've got an in-camera in 2 months or so when we have more information, but unfortunately we wouldn't be able to discuss that here.
Anything else, Councillor Vander Walt?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. So we'll consider those green ones. You're comfortable with how they're laid out? If we could go to the pink ones. There are a couple adopted bylaw. This is another case where you had talked about maybe shrinking the scope of the project to look just at signage without a bylaw. Pollinator Pathway, Council requested a staff report. Dementia-friendly community 2028, controlling outdoor cats 2028, identifying land for a multi-purpose performing arts cinema. This is where we began to add asterisks, so 2026 are as opportunities present themselves, and the potential to consider senior center. And then the last three, robust accessibility plan, plan for 2028, improved accessibility foreshore 2028, and retired engine 2 control operation usage 2028. Any questions about any of those? Sorry, Lou?
Thank you. So we will be seeking council direction. The senior center discussion surfaced on Friday, so we will be seeking specific council direction on that item later in the presentation.
Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, the only one for me that sort of sticks out is the accessibility to the foreshore. That was one where I think that there's something at our last accessibility team, someone on the team was discussing the wheelchair program at Tofino. So they have a wheelchair you can borrow for several days. And I got my tires, winter tires on last week, so what I told the team is that I'm happy to drive over to Tofino, pick up the wheelchair for a few days, and we can test it on our beach because we have the rocky foreshore. And the wheelchair might work on that, might not, depending on the size of the wheels and the strength of the person. So I was just thinking that if that's something that does work well, we could probably advance that much sooner. But if it's something that requires an infrastructure project, I can understand why it might be pushed back, but I think 2028 is pretty far back for that. That's 4.5 years. So that's just the only one that I flagged internally, is that we might want to think about that date being a little bit sooner.
Well, the beauty of that is that, of course, it's so far out that if some opportunities appear in future years, you can reconsider that. But I think in terms of capital planning and scoping, that's where you landed. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know you need snow tires to get across the hump these days, so that's good thinking, and that you would volunteer to bring up the chair and see if it works. Way to go, Councillor Harrison.
Councillor Skipsey?
I just want to express support for Councillor Harrison's point on that, because I think it is important that we provide some kind of way that the beach is more accessible. It's something that's been on the radar for a long time, and I think it's really important. So if we can come up with something that works in the interim, I would definitely support that.
What we used to do, and I know you remember that, is we used to, as volunteers, clear a path of moving all the rocks so people could get down there. But then after a couple of high tides, or any tide really, it would all be back. So it was something that some of the neighbors did in certain areas, which was very thoughtful, but it's not something that you can sustain. Thank you.
Lou?
So we will add that qualifier to the table, or as opportunities present, if that suits council.
So can I conclude then that you're comfortable with community health and well-being as laid out there with that one modification? Okay. Thank you for that. We'll move on to climate action. Tree protection bylaws slated for 2023. Lou, anything you want to say about that? It will be, again, just to clarify this, it'll be completed in 2023, or?
So that item has been completed.
Oh, it has been completed. Thank you. So then let's go to the green ones. Tree protection bylaw, committee of the whole.
Could
Sorry.
I say, last week we talked about having a committee of the whole meeting to invite feedback on the current tree bylaw, whether there's anything that could be improved on, some comments. So it's not another major report or staff charge, but for something for people to come and speak to us about how they experienced the tree bylaw. Okay.
I think is that the next item there? Yeah. So committee of the whole for public input in 2024 Q2. Noting that 2024 is proposed, 2028 is correct. Maybe you can just help me with that, Luke.
Yes, so we saw completion of the tree bylaw in 2023. Council did identify that they wanted a review of that in 1 year, noting the announcement from the province and the impact that it could have on the bylaw as a whole, and that we didn't want to get out in front of that with work that might have to be duplicated. Council came up with the idea last week of having a committee of the whole for discussion, and then a full review and update we've pushed out to 2028, but again, that is subject to change based on impacts of the housing announcement.
Thanks for clarification for that. Thanks, Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I'm just noticing that the next item is the tree canopy update, and I think it might be helpful to have the tree canopy update complete prior to that committee of the whole meeting, just so we have some solid facts as what is the reality on the ground in our town. And then when we look at the tree bylaw, we can assess, do we want to be more aggressive or less aggressive based on a factual analysis that's recently been completed. I just think those two things sort of fit together logically. You get the facts, and then we can have a broad debate with the public.
So are you proposing that the tree canopy update, which is proposed for 2024, be completed before you seek public input?
I think that would be ideal, but at the same time, I don't know, just because 2024 is the whole year, and the committee of the whole is specific to a quarter, I don't know if that's already planned or not, but I was just thinking that it might be good to have the facts first and then do that big community discussion, because it'd be a shame if we say we want to take this course of action, then we have a factual update with like the course of action needs to be revised again.
Thank you. So administration will manage that. The tree canopy update is a partnership piece, so the timing is not fully ours to control. So again, Q2 does have a question mark. I think it's more the commitment that we bring it back with as much information and the most robust presentation we can make for council. So again, it's a bit of a moving target, but we just wanted to put that commitment in the slide for you.
Thanks. Any other questions on the green ones? Okay, can we move to the pink ones? Fleet sizing and electrification is, as you saw last week, for 2024-25. Corporate emissions inventory 24, climate action 24-28, building facilities greenhouse gas 2025, community climate change adaptation plan update 2026. And then the last one, review form and character guidelines to advance climate change adaptation and mitigation. We've added an asterisk around or as opportunities present. Are you comfortable with those as they're?
Thank you. For us to have the corporate emission inventory, I think we rely heavily on other authorities. Mr. Sales perhaps can answer. How would we get that information?
Thank you. So in terms of corporate administration, that data is available because we can draw it from our own utility information. Where it becomes a little more challenging is if the town wanted to increase the scope to include contractor emissions, that's a much more complicated process. So staff will be advancing this project in 2024. Whether or not it includes those, they call them scope 3 emissions, the contracted emissions, remains to be seen.
Councillor Harrison?
Just if I may through the chair, I'm trying to recall the exact pie chart for emissions from the province, where they say basically where emissions come from. But I remember that buildings is a significant factor. I think this fourth. And I'm just wondering if we were just relying strictly on utility data for that with our grid, or if it would also be looking at any other source of emissions from the buildings that we operate as a organization.
Thank you. Through the chair. So there are still some details to be worked out in terms of the methodology. So generally what it relies on is utility information. That's where we draw our buildings emissions information. And then we have fuel consumption data. And that's where we track our vehicular fleet. And because as you alluded to, approximately 2/3 of the town's emissions are vehicle related, and then, you know, the lesser portion from buildings.
Okay, so if we're comfortable with the climate action set, you're good with that as they're laid out? Okay, we'll move on to housing then. The green ones, accessory dwelling unit design template proposed for 2026. Short-term rentals regulatory framework, you recall, got pushed out to 2027 because of the province's work. Affordable housing phase 1 and 2, 2025, 2026. There's opportunities present in multi-generational housing best practices. 2026, there is opportunities present. Of course, these all are connected with the Bill 44. Any questions about those? Then if we could move on to the pink ones, housing announcement implementation, of course, 2024 through 2027. Ways to achieve affordable market housing, 2027, or as opportunities present.
Allison,
Oh,
then we
that's it.
paused for Council Harrison's. That was
Right.
an omission. So
Right.
that's also available on the screen, and it should be in everyone's package as
Right.
well.
So can we just deal with these, the pink ones, or that whole housing section, with the exception of Councillor Harrison's item? Any questions or any amendments? Councillor Skipsey?
Well, after our first day of strategic planning and the realization of the impact of the housing, the Bill 44, I did reach out to somebody who's in government and expressed my personal concerns and made a few comments. And the response I received back was that because the regulations for Bill 44 are in development, it is still important to hear from local governments so they can be designed as well as possible. So I encourage your local government to write Ministers Callan, sorry, I had it right in my head earlier, and Kang to work with, and also to work with our MLA. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to write a letter and express our concerns or provide input from our perspective.
Thank you, Councillor Skipsey. That is an excellent idea. I don't think the ministers necessarily understand what it's like for a community like ours to have to implement what these regulations, which we don't know what they are yet, to comply with them. So to have staff help us prepare a letter identifying, and Mr. Sales identified that with the challenge accepted of all the things that has to happen. I don't think perhaps Victoria understands completely what they've done or what they're doing to us. But if we send a letter in an amicable way and just trying to provide some feedback, saying this is what this means to us. And this morning I got a message from Municipal Information Network, and Minister Friedland actually is pushing back to the provincial ministers who are saying that the federal government should not provide funding for local governments. So, and the minister aptly said that if the premiers were so concerned about local governments, they should provide more money to them. So there is this bit of back and forth, but I don't want to go down that road. What I was hoping, and Councillor Skipsey aptly put this, where we provide some information to the minister saying, you know, we got this new law, we're concerned about the regulations that we haven't got yet. The timing, you tell us when it has to be done, but we haven't got the regulations or the policy, so we have hardline dates, but you don't. It's hard for us to work with. And just explain that, of all the implications of this bylaw, or this new act. So because we're in a committee, we can't really make a decision. But if council agrees that we should write a letter, and we're not going to send it until we've all seen it, but if we could ask staff in this committee structure to prepare a letter to the appropriate ministries, a copy to the local MLAs, perhaps just shed some light on what it takes for our community to comply with them. So unless, and I can just do this by consent, is anybody okay with us writing a letter, or at least asking staff to draft a letter for us to take a look at, to just explain the difficulties that we're having trying to comply with the latest legislation. Is that okay with council? Everybody okay with that?
You could always just make a resolution to that effect, a recommendation to council.
Right, but we don't meet till December. The next council meeting is not till December. So I thought if
it would be on the record, though, as direction from council.
No, what I'm asking,
Lou, any comment?
what I'm asking for is that we would, by consent, ask
Yes.
for a letter that will be on the agenda for December 6th for us to
Right.
look at.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lou, is that okay?
Yes, staff can make that happen. Thank you.
Okay, great. I just, and I mentioned this last time, I think also copying UBCM, because clearly they are collecting input as well. I think it'd be useful to just keep them in the loop. Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to disagree with the content of the letter at the end of the day, just because I'm a housing policy wonk. But at the same time, I do understand that probably the majority of council wants to send that, and council is ultimately decisions are made by the majority. So that's fine. I wouldn't get in the way of that process. That would just be, yeah, small-minded, really. But I certainly have my own comments, and I've talked to ministry staff prior to this.
Okay, great, good. So again, with the exception of this next item, which we're going to deal with separately, and that request of staff, you're comfortable with the housing items as laid out here? Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Lou to deal with this item from Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Allison. So this was omitted by error from the strategic planning as per a council referral. And I believe, Councillor Harrison, you weren't clear under the section of affordable housing 1 or 2 if that had covered this off. So it didn't. So when I closed the loop on that, I just wanted to make sure we brought it forward. We're very candid about the fact this should have been a standalone item. You did bring forward a notice of motion at October 11th. And then at that same meeting, council referred that to the strategic planning process. So this is our way of catching that error and making sure that you have an opportunity to discuss it. I believe the meat of your notice of motion is that you wanted to receive a report on how the town could support both or one of the affordable renting houses to support ICCS. And help me with that. Is that the connective?
Island Crisis Care Society.
Okay. Or the second stage housing from Ford House and that Staff Connect VHA to look at how the town can support efforts to improve access to mental health services. So this is our way of bringing it forward to strategic planning. We do have it on slides 6 and 7 when we go back to the PowerPoint to actually ask for council direction, but we wanted to make sure it was included in the housing section now.
Lou, do you want to just go through your staff comment as well on this?
Certainly. So the staff comment, and I believe this is in everyone's package as well, but I'll read it just for the benefit in case it isn't. The town of Qualicum Beach is actively collaborating with our mid-Vancouver Island regional partners, including the City of Nanaimo, City of Parksville, and the District of Lantzville on housing initiatives to secure stable housing with appropriate supports. The Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions has introduced Belonging in BC, a cross-government plan to prevent and reduce homelessness with a number of initiatives, including Supported Rent Supplemental Program, which is a new program with supports to enable more people to access market and rental housing, and then housing with integrated support. So they're looking at 3,800 additional supportive housing units with increased health, social, and cultural supports. And then in addition, I wasn't sure this was related to your notice of motion or not, Councillor Harrison, but I thought it was worth mentioning that we also had a council resolution on the books to support the Connective Support Society through the Regional District of Nanaimo grant process. So we do see ourselves working towards this in a regional partnership, but again, I'll hand that to council for direction and discussion.
So, and just as Lou said, in our resolutions part, we have resolutions proposed to deal with this item, and we'll come to that where you'll actually make a decision, right? I'm right in that?
Yeah, like slides 6 and 7 when we go back to the PowerPoint.
Okay. Yeah, when we go back to the PowerPoint. Any questions or comments on that? Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, so I would just suggest that this is kind of the only thing that would deal with treatment or homelessness in our entire strategic plan if we're going to adopt it, because currently that's a gap. And I don't think this should be anything sooner than 2027 and probably 2028. But if the province is spending $1 billion, the problem with what's initially been proposed, the letter that Mayor O'Brien sent out, is that if you looked at the fine print on the second page of that letter, it says everything will be located in Nanaimo. Nanaimo has double the homeless unhoused population that the City of Vancouver does. So it's on a per capita basis. So if you look at it strictly per capita, because Vancouver has 6 times more people, obviously they have more people on the streets, but as a proportion of their population, Nanaimo is actually worse than Vancouver for that. So the only issue is that if our regional strategy is going to be let's locate things in Nanaimo, they have a lot of work to do in Nanaimo before they can help us out. And I wish them well. Their council is doing the best they can. I really respect the work that Mayor Krogh and everyone else on his team is doing. But this is just things that local nonprofits have identified, which are the lowest degree of acuity, because I know our town doesn't have a lot of services.
So let's come back to this when we get to the resolution and council can decide what it wants to resolve about this. Okay. So then can we move on to economic prosperity? Green Initiative, Tourism, Small Business Promotion, 2024-2025. That's where you landed last week. Pathways to Sustainable Economic Development in Qualicum Beach. 2024-2025, fully grant dependent and update recommended strategies for youth and young families, retention and attraction. Include into OCP work if possible in advance of 2028. Any questions about that? Are you okay with where we got to there? Okay. And then we'll move on to progressive infrastructure, just the yellow ones, the 4 yellow ones there. Any questions about those? The green ones, asset replacement financing strategy 2024, asset management airport 2025, airport runway tree management 2025. Any questions or comments about that? Sorry, Councillor Van der Valk?
Sorry, I guess I'm not reading as fast as you are. Regarding the yellow section, I still have concerns about the BC Hydro lease lighting replacement. We do have issues around that still, so I'm wondering if there's any accommodation planned for those issues. It says that it is complete in 2023. What we did in 2023 is complete, but there may be other issues that need to be dealt with. So
Yeah, I
I'm
think
just
we addressed
wondering-
that last week, Lou.
Thank you, Allison. Yes, we did speak to this last Friday. So what we explained is that your intake for phase 1 and 2, those lights have been changed out accordingly. And then council's next step, only next step if you choose to, is to retain a third-party illumination engineer expert to assess individual lights. So my commitment to you was we would collect those if there were any, we'd bring them back to you in a batch, and you could decide if you wanted to hire a third-party expert and take another step or not. So again, we'll bring that back to council for decision-making.
Okay.
So these are complaints that you get, Lou, right? You will batch those together groups because there's an economy of scale, and when you get half a dozen of them or something like that, you'll bring them back to council.
Yeah, it's unclear if council wants to take that next step. So the direction that staff has received is the intake for phase 1 and 2. And then our commitment was to batch the next ones that we received so you could take a look at it and provide direction to staff accordingly with budget implications.
Okay, so I guess I'm just not quite clear on the process then. So we're not actually, we have some funds left over from this first phase. So are we essentially then unable to say or decide if we want more money to go to further further fixing any problems? I guess I'm not quite clear on the process. So you're saying council has to decide that, but right now we're trying to decide what projects we're going to be looking at. If it's not really complete, then should we be making accommodation for it?
So I think it really is operational now. We highlighted that as a strategic initiative because to get through phase 1 and 2, to have the public consultation, to have council make those decisions. Now what we've said to you is we'll treat it operationally and bring it back to council for decision making as required. So again, as we batch any complaints we receive, we'll bring those back to council. Council always has the opportunity to decide whether to retain that third-party expert. Again, I said to you when we were talking about it, I have no idea what the potential cost is of that. It would also be affected by the number of lights, so a lot of unknowns. The clearest direction I can provide to the community and council is that we will bring it back for your decision making.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Skipsey.
Well, just on that point, though, should we be allocating some funds to support that going forward? Because we have already received a good number of emails from the community, so we know there are ongoing issues. And should we be making a budget allocation to support that?
Lou?
Again, we're talking about strategic initiatives today. So if that comes up during budget, the actual budget process, when we move into that after strategic planning, then we can have that discussion. So today is just the Blue Sky initiatives and then the Blue Sky Capital. Again, we would treat that, the other item you're discussing, as more operational, and we'll bring that back during the budget process. Again, it's quite an unknown, but I can at least find out how many complaints we've received, just provide some ground truthing to what we're actually dealing with. So I'll come back to you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, can you get a handle on how many complaints you've got? Or do you want to set a date, say, by the end of the first quarter or the first 6 months of 2024 and come back to council then with an overview of the complaints? One of those ways of dealing with it.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is actually get a firm number on the complaints we've received. I'd also like to get the final invoice from BC Hydro for what we've paid, so then I can actually tell you how much you have left, and then council can decide whether to increase that amount, reduce that amount. Again, there's a lot of unknowns with it. I just promise to make it council's decision.
Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I just point out too that I think it would be a mistake to allocate the funds for the illumination engineer at this point, or to create space for that, because we received a report from an illumination engineer previously, and it explicitly says don't do what we actually did. And the recommendations were to keep bright lights essentially, or to double your lights. So I think if we're going to be talking about hiring an illumination engineer right now, we might want to have the public meeting about what will he probably recommend based on the previous report. Unless the standards have changed, and then staff could provide information on that. But I just think to create space for a report where we've already sort of had a report and weren't keen on the recommendations might be a mistake.
Well, I think what your CAO suggested, though, is she'll bring back some information about two things: the complaints that you've received, how many are there? Is there one? Is there 50? You know, get some sense of that. What's the nature of the complaints, and what money you have left over once you've finished your work with BC Hydro.
It's a couple of dozen, and I want to support staff who said, we'll take a package of all the complaints that we have since we've changed the light bulbs or the luminaires, and then go from there. So I think we still have money in the budget. I think about $35,000 or so. But we were going to bring a package for council to consider, and also for the public to see what we're doing to address these, what they call trespass of lights. Thank you.
So I just wonder, Lou, if maybe a little note in here an asterisk might be helpful to make sure that people don't feel it's completely completed.
We will absolutely do that. Again, we'll put an asterisk that says subsequent council decision-making required for future action, if that will suit. I do just want to clarify that it wouldn't be a general illumination engineer report like you had last time about the approach in general. It would actually be to look at the individual light that is the subject of a complaint, see if the illumination engineer could make recommendations for a particular light that is then submitted through the BC Hydro SLIM system. So again, costing and approach to be determined.
So that'll be information for council, and then council can resolve to take whatever action or none at all. Okay? So if we're done with the yellow and, sorry, Councillor Harrison.
Just for the asset replacement plan, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit fuzzy on how much of a scope that is, just because asset replacement is such a huge conversation. And there's so many years of work that's gone into that. I just want to get a little bit of clarity. So we say that asset replacement is complete. Is it just what is sort of like the broader scope of that? Like what sort of assets are we talking about here?
Raj?
Thank you. So through the chair, we're looking at the town's asset, the entire scope of the town's assets, and we're looking at the life cycle costing of them, and we're taking a look at different risk and service level scenarios in what the funding, what the annual contribution to the reserve should be in light of different risk and service scenarios. So we're just working through that with a third-party consultant right now, and we will come back to council with a report on that when it's finalized.
And just a 2-second follow-up. He's no longer with us, but Arnold Schwab used to work for the town. I just saw on the online yesterday he received an award for asset management, so kudos Arnold.
Okay, any questions about the yellow and the green ones? Any questions about the pink ones? I will take it from that then that you're comfortable with where we landed with those. Okay, and we're going to come back And after if we can go back to sorry, Councillor Harrison?
There's just one tiny point about the airport tree issue. I know there's multiple step process to that. I'm just wondering, because it says 2025, but essentially if we're going to go, if it reaches the point with this property owner where we have to go to the federal government and get basically a very heavy-handed approach, there's multiple steps we need to do. So I'm just wondering, are we starting some of those steps sooner? I know this is breaching on the edge of in camera, but if there's a process we have to do in terms of communicating with the president, and then we try this, then we try that, before we try something more heavy-handed, I'm just wondering if we might want to start that sooner, because I think this is saying we want the process to be complete in 2025. I'm just thinking, are we making sure all those steps are in place prior to that point?
Sorry, Councillor Harrison, I lost track of where you're at. Where are you?
The final green one, airport runway tree management.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Again, this is operational at this point, so if we need to bring it to council for direction, I'm loath to use the word heavy-handed in any public discussion. Again, we'll deal with the runway tree management. We're working on it now. We have to have that solved in 2 years or it will impact the threshold, which is why you see the 2025. But staff have been in discussions, and again, the heavy-handed isn't entering into that conversation. So just a cautionary. Thank you.
So just for clarity then, is the 2025 when staff will start working to address that, or is that when it's expected to be completed? Just because it's a bit unclear.
Currently underway, so it has to be solved by 2025, or those trees will have grown again and we've got nowhere to adjust those lights to next.
I wonder if it would just be better if we put 2023 to 2025 in there, so that it shows not that work is going to take place in 2025, but that it's taking place now and will continue through 2025, just for clarity. Okay, yeah, okay. Awesome. Wesley, if we could go then back to the PowerPoint. And I'm just going to turn to Raj to go through this. Thanks, Raj.
Thank you, Allison. So what you have on the screen in front of you is the updated Council Strategic Initiatives Reserve Fund projection. So this, you saw this chart last week, and we've incorporated the recommendations for reallocation or change in timing that Council had made to the various initiatives. And what you can see from the chart is that in 2026, we are in a deficit position. So when we take the annual contribution of $250,000 to this reserve, and then we subtract the cost of the anticipated cost of the strategic initiatives for 2023 and the newly proposed ones for 2024, will be about $70,000 short in our reserve balance to address those initiatives in 2026. The value of initiatives to be conducted in 2027 is a little bit less than the previous year, so we'll be in the hole $20,000, and ultimately when we get into 2026, we are short $400,000 to be able to deliver based on the financial cost of all of these initiatives. So there's a couple of things for council to keep in mind, and that is you can vary the annual contribution to the reserve, which would come through taxation, or you may need to further reprioritize these strategic initiatives. And there are a couple of staff recommendations in the following slide that Allison's going to present to you that do address the deficit for 26 and 27 and point to future decision making for 2028. Are there any questions on the slide before Allison moves forward?
Yeah, and if I can just say, the public are flipping through your package. You do not have a complete set of the slides, so you won't have all this information. And I'll just let you know that this information was being finalized as last night. So we ask that you follow along on the presentation with us, and we hope that will be informative. Any questions of council about kind of, this is, in my view, this is the big picture, this is the long range, this is what you're looking at. You're fine for the next couple of years, but you can see that the number of initiatives that you have indicated that you would like to see happen in the town is you're going to end up in the red. And so, you know, there are a number of ways to deal with that, and it's out in 26, 27, 28, but it does send a message to you that there's more on your plate than at the moment, under current circumstances, you can afford to take on. Mr. Mayor, and then Councillor Harrison.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just the annual contribution is $250 a year straight through, but I've been doing this job for 4 years and then previously, and I was never aware that we had a fixed 2.5% of taxes or fixed dollar amount for strategic initiatives. So that's just the only thing, is that if we say we're in the red, is that we're in the red because we have a number which has been chosen by staff to determine how much money is allocated every year. Whereas if it's just, here's what we ran on, here's what we want to do, the taxes go up and down, and are you aware taxes are going to go up this much if we actually do this? So I just want to highlight that the annual contribution, I'm not aware of any policy that constricts that or restricts that in any way. I'm just confused where that number came from.
Lou?
The number came from council in 2023 strategic planning. So again, when we talked about moving to a very transparent strategic process, you actually did an initial contribution, and then you indicated you wanted to do $250,000 a year going forward, which again, council can always change in subsequent years, but that wasn't an arbitrary number picked by staff. That was endorsed by council. And I know Raj was there on the last day of strategic planning last year, but that's his understanding as well. If you want to add anything to that, Raj?
Thank you, Lou. Yes, this was endorsed by council and discussed in the budget discussions as well. And I mean, staff did have input into coming up with a number to address the anticipated strategic initiatives into the future in coming up with that number at the time, but it was approved ultimately by council.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Yes, we did agree to that, but that can change. And apart from tax increases, we also can get what they call new construction taxes. So new developments that weren't planned but are now in the works, their taxes will go up significantly without necessarily adding to the cost of maintaining our infrastructure. So there is a choice for us that we can change this number. The other option is, I think, would be to draw from the Community Growing Fund. It was a $3.3 million check that the town received from the province that was designed to help us with issues of strategic significance. So perhaps we should draw from that and not pass on stuff in the negatives to the next council. Thank you.
Lou?
Yeah, I think this approach, again, it's strategic, it's future forecasting. There's lots of room for council decision-making in this annually. You'll see when we go to the Blue Sky capital initiatives or projects that we've actually broken out the funding source, and some of those do refer to that federal granting program. There's some that contribute partnerships, things like that. So again, staff is thinking and being live, and we'll have a discussion with council on what the possibilities are.
And just to sum up, I do think we have to loop back to the idea that ultimately the budgetary decisions are council's. And if we want to make a decision to allocate more money in budget or less, that's our purview. And to suggest that somehow we're constrained because a number which was sort of a rough ballpark isn't sufficient, I don't know, I just have issues with that. I think that's a mistaken approach.
Well, I think what this is saying, though, is, you know, you don't currently, with your current policies and your current practices, you can't totally fund the things out through 2026, 2028. So council has to make a decision. Find more money, you know, external sources, taxation, or scale back what you're doing. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's council's absolute decision. But the beauty of showing this like this means that council needs to turn its mind to how you're going to, you know, cut the cloth to suit the suit, or suit the, you know, to make sure you have enough money to do the things you want to do. It's just really straightforward, right? But it's completely and entirely your decision. You could increase your annual contribution. You could scale back your processes. You could make some of your projects grant dependent. Yeah, completely up to you.
I think it would be fair to put an asterisk by the years where we're going into the red, that there are other options, that council can change that number because of what we just talked about. So putting a footnote saying, yes, we look like we're going into the red, but council can adjust the numbers for whatever way we see fit. So it's going to be realistic. There are reserves. There are increased taxes because of increased revenue because of new growth. So there are ways to solve that. But I agree with Councillor Harrison, actually, that we shouldn't be passing on the numbers in the red without some kind of explanation of how these numbers could be black. Thank you.
Yep, good. Okay, so next slide, please, Wesley. So if we could just, maybe you just go over these one by, just in total, and then we can have a discussion about each of them. So these are your staff recommendations. Lou, were you going to talk to these, or do you want me to?
I think it's just important, again, to link it back to, again, this is council's decision-making.
Yeah.
Staff has made some recommendations on how you could deal with things starting in 2026 and reallocate some funds. But again, if you want to walk council through, and then council can have questions and staff's prepared to answer.
Yeah, so let me just go through these and then we'll go through them one by one. So the first recommendation is that council reduce the 2026 funding from Strategic Initiatives Reserve by $50,000 by converting the term planner position to a full-time position funded from taxation commencing in 2026. So that just, again, shifts the load to away from the reserve fund to taxation. The second one is that council reduce the 2026 funding from Strategic Initiatives Reserve by $30,000 by deferring the accessory dwelling unit design template initiative to beyond 2028, and that council reconsider the 2028 Strategic Initiatives Reserve in 2025. So going forward, to reduce initiatives funded in 28 or address the funding shortfall or increase the contributions to the Strategic Initiatives Reserve. So let's just start with questions on the first one. Any questions about this? This is, if I understand this correctly, because I'm, God help me, not an accountant. I could barely balance my checking account. This is about making room in the Strategic Reserve for other things, right? So pushing to taxation, this particular position and taking it out of the reserve so that you have room to do other things in the reserve. Lou?
Yeah, so it's exactly that. It's also the fact that given the provincial housing announcement and the burden on this department, we did ask council for additional planning support last year. You did approve it in a 3-year term position. We'd like to convert that to a permanent full-time employment position now, which would also create, it would do a couple things, meet the provincial, help us meet the provincial demands, as well as giving you more room in your strategic initiative reserves if you choose to conform to the numbers that you chose last year.
So questions on that, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. So if we're converting it, we're not really, from a taxation or financial planning perspective, we don't really save anything. It's just in a different category. That's right. Yeah. So it's kind of like, not sure what the name for that is, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense that we are doing this, except that it shows up in different columns. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I think the practical, let Lou talk to that.
Thank you. Really, this is about transparency and where you're funding things from. So previous budget years, it wasn't always clear where things were being funded from or how, what was used for grants, what was used from taxation, there's just a lot of options. And so the level of detail that you're now seeing in your financial plan book, that one, really has this level of transparency in it. So both the council and the public are clear on where you're funding things from. And you never had this level of detail prior to last year.
Councillor Harrison and Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, I'm just curious, just for the next public meeting, if staff can just bring forward the resolution where we created a strategic initiative reserve, Because I don't recall that actually being a formal council decision. I'm more familiar with strategic initiatives being funded essentially through taxation. So I was just confused by that. Just if just through the chair to like Heather, if you just to take a note and so we can have that on the next agenda, because I don't recall that conversation of creating a specific reserve solely for strategic initiatives.
Lou?
It's been a while, so I might have missed that.
Lou? I mean,
Again, I'm not
last year.
sure if it was a council resolution. It was certainly the focus of strategic planning last year. Again, the idea is, and we spent a lot of time talking about it last year as well, this is council's decision-making process. So again, the Strategic Initiatives Reserve was established. We can go back and check resolutions. If council doesn't like this approach, it is subject to change based on your direction. But it was the focus of a lot of discussion last year.
Yeah, I think, sorry, if I can just respond to that too, because I was here. The whole approach, if you recall, with Paul Murray was to deal with your core work, and then those initiatives that are, one-off, significant, have impacts. And certainly it was his recommendation to create this pot that you would use, and you've made some decisions about your contributions to that pot, and they would be used for these strategic initiatives. The core is, autonomous as it goes. So that is, it's a whole approach, and I agree. It's council seemed to be comfortable with it last year, and that's been the path forward. The other approach is to just throw everything back together, and you don't have the same level of decision making, in my view, that you have in this one.
If I may, just the reason I raise that is that there's specific legal requirements with reserves. You cannot draw from reserves for operational matters. So if we have a strategic initiative which is essentially operational, we couldn't actually use our strategic initiative reserve to fund operations.
This is not a statutory reserve.
Yeah, so
right?
I'm just very careful about when we say reserves, there's rules that come in.
Well, let me just clarify this. This is not a statutory reserve. Raj?
That is correct. It's an operating reserve. So there's some flexibility with operating reserves. However, it has been included in the budget book for transparency and reporting. So council would always see what goes into the reserve and what comes out of the reserve through the budget book. Page 83, 84, I believe there is or the reserve schedule does show the projected reserve balances and draws from and to the reserve.
Councillor Skipsey?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm not overly concerned with 2028 at this point in time. I think that there could be lots of things happen. Look at the curveball we've just been thrown, right? So there could be projects that fall off. There could be, all kinds of different changes between now and then. So I feel comfortable that up to 2027, we're kind of in the ballpark. And then next year we revisit again. And then if steps need to be taken, then I would say, let's figure it out.
Yeah, and
Sorry, can we deal with the first one? Can we deal with these one by one? Is council comfortable with that? No, you want to deal with them all as a package? You're comfortable with doing, so this first one, again, taking the position and funding it not out of the Strategic Initiatives Reserve, but out of taxation. Are you comfortable doing that commencing 2026? Can I ask for a resolution to that effect?
well, we don't make decisions. This is a committee of the
This
whole.
is a recommendation to council, so it would
Recommendation to
appear on
council.
your next council
So I would
meeting.
move that all these three could show up at a future council meeting, do it in a package.
Okay, well, we have to have a discussion about the next two. Okay.
That's the point.
Okay, we can do them all as a batch, but I gather that you're comfortable with that first one. The second one, council reduced 2026 funding from the Strategic Initiatives Reserve by $30,000 by deferring the accessory dwelling unit template initiative to beyond 28. And Councillor Skipsey, if I understand your comment, is that you think it should be left in 2028 and we'll deal with it in subsequent years. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I'm actually not in favor really of all of these because I think that it's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction at this point. Like, I don't see it being necessary. So again, we committed to a 3-year term on the planning position. I'm comfortable with that. I just don't see that the need to deal with these, like, kind of pick off little pieces at this point.
Okay, other council points of view? Councillor Harrison?
Just on the second one, too, on page 4 of what we've been given today, we confirmed that the ADU design template would be in 2026, and now we have a recommendation to push it back past 2028. So I'm just curious why, why is that deferral being recommended? And it's just a bit curious because we literally have, I'm just trying to count here, we don't have much over the next few years for council-led housing initiatives, and to push it back 4 years just seems a bit of a step in the wrong direction.
Okay. Lou?
Absolutely. So again, this is reflective of the fact that this is fully in council's wheelhouse and your decision making. So if council is comfortable with this, we can move it in the table. When you get right to the last resolution, we're going to have you endorse that Pantone table with the comments you've made today. So if there's any changes to the Pantone table, we're happy to take those. But again, the Director of Finance is building the budget, and this is council's opportunity to give him lots of heads up in advance. So if you like something, great. If you don't, that's great too. We'll just take your direction.
So, Raj, if these motions were adopted, would they affect that the big picture table that we saw earlier? Wesley, could I ask you to go back to slide 4?
If these motions were adopted, then 2025 and 2027 would come into the black. And that was the attempt we were trying to make with making these staff recommendations, is not to be in the red in 26 and 27. And the rest of the strategic initiatives would remain in 2028, and it would remain in the red. And the reason for that was so that we didn't lose sight of the strategic initiatives that are proposed in those outer years.
Right. Thanks for that. That helps me understand, and I hope helps council and the public understand. So those shifts were intended to accommodate those things that you've put in these years. But if you, so if I heard Raj correctly, 2026 and 2027 would go to the black. 2028, because you're pushing things into 2028, would remain in the red. But if you want to leave it like that, that's of course, it's council's decision. So we're here to take your direction. Could we go back to the next slide? Yeah, that one. So would council rather just leave this and we'll just move on to capital?
Just the only thing I wanted to point out is that for the second one, the staff recommendation is to move it. So it's sort of mentioned that if we want to move things, we can as a council. I'm just saying let's keep the dates in the housing that we already have, that we already agreed to in the previous meeting. That's all.
Yeah, and that would just result in the red staying there. That's, if council's comfortable with that, that's fine. And you can consider it at subsequent dates, years, which I think is Councillor Skipsey's perspective, right? So what's, Lou?
I just want to make a note that we're not quite ready to move to capital yet. We do have a few resolutions that council may want to consider. I'd also like to refer council and the public to page 82 of the financial plan, which council did adopt, and it lays out where that $250,000 came from. Council endorsing the financial plan also supports that approach. Again, subject to change, but I just don't want to make it appear as council didn't make that decision. So again, see page 82 of your financial plan from last year.
Thank you, Lou, for keeping me on track. So what's council's pleasure? Are there any resolutions to be made, or would you like us to move on from this set and we'll move on to some other ones? Councillor Harrison.
Oh, just the last one too. I don't think this council will be around in 2028. There will be an election before that. So I think that's going to change no matter what, because I have a hunch the next council will say, we want to do a couple things differently. Usually that's what happens with elections.
Well, that is, Councillor Harrison, I mean, that is the reality of this kind of financial planning. They're 5-year financial plans, and that's always going to be the case, right?
Yeah, with
Mr. Mayor?
with the discussion about the 250 that was on the board there before, that could be changed. That would affect the red numbers as well. So let's just leave it for now, because I agree. There's so much going to happen between now and 26. But as long as we put asterisks by the 250, that can be adjusted to meet our needs. Thank you.
Okay. Any thoughts? Okay, we're good. Okay. Wesley, if we could go to the next slide. We're going to go back to Councillor Harrison's motion. And just let me make sure I've got the right one. Maybe you can just walk us through this, Lou, and lead us to the resolution, if you're okay with this.
Sure. We actually didn't have a resolution, so this was a notice of motion that Councillor Harrison put forward. Then at that same meeting, Council referred it to strategic planning for Council to consider it again. So you could just read through that whole section. And then the next slide are the staff comments. So if we go to the second slide, thank you, the staff comments that I read out earlier. Again, this is fully up to council to provide direction to staff. Staff comments are that we are actually already working collaboratively at the regional level, which is where we see this kind of initiative landing, is the provincial or the regional level. But again, we'll accept council's decision making on this.
So I suppose what's being asked of council at this point is, do you want to include an initiative in your strategic plan that addresses this? Council referred this to strategic plan. Now the question is, what do you want us to do with it?
Thank you. When we had the meeting in Nanaimo with the Vancouver Economic Alliance, Premier Eby spoke and answered questions on the last day at 7:30 or something, but there was a big turnout. And Mr. Doug O'Brien, the mayor of Parksville, raised a question about what did the Premier think about the red door, blue door concept. Well, he didn't know. And I know the Premier doesn't like there's something around that he didn't know about. So, and then we got a letter from the minister responsible, Mr. I have to look at her name. Whiteside, thank you. And she sent us a letter as a result of what, I guess after they read the proposal, the key sentiment of your red house, blue house proposal, where people who are unhoused can access housing and coordinated supports that meet their needs, is consistent with many of their initiatives underway by our government. So I gave lots of kudos to Mayor O'Brien, who I think modeled his proposal on something that was happening in either Oregon or Washington State. And yes, it focuses on Nanaimo, which has the biggest problems. Healthcare is a provincial issue. They just dropped a bombshell on us about housing, but healthcare is their thing. And for us to get involved in providing support for people with disabilities or mental health or addictions, I don't think that's fair. We'll deal with the ones who are on hard luck and don't have enough income to pay rent or buy a home or anything like that. We can do affordable housing for them like we are with Kiwanis. But to get involved in dealing with people who have mental health issues, and some are violent, and there's some of the people with addictions, I don't think it's fair to ask our staff to come up with ways to help them. I've met several who live on our street and asked them if they would like to go to a place for overnight, to be in a shelter or somewhere in a motel, and they don't want to. They know that they're going to be lumped in with everybody else who has issues as well, whether they are mental health, addictive, First Nations, homeless people who are by poor choices, but for them to be in one room is not working for them. They don't want that. So this approach, and that's why it's called red door, blue door, but it's actually, I think, 5 doors where people with different needs can be taken care of. So I want to leave that alone. I know we have to accept this housing edict, but I don't want anything to do with healthcare or dealing with homeless people. That is a provincial problem, and we'll do what we can, and we are, but to take on more, I don't think it's our bailiwick, and I'm not supporting that. I think the bottom resolution, which says, therefore be it resolved that the town of Qualicum Beach supports the Connective Support Society through the regional district in Nanaimo. We met as mayors when this whole thing was sent to the Premier, Mr. Leonard Krogh, the Mayor of Nanaimo, Mark Swain from Lanceville, and then of course Parksville and yours truly. We all agree that the problems are too big. And what's happening in Nanaimo, we don't want that spilled into Parksville and Qualicum Beach. So let's deal with the issue where it is. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison.
Well, first I just want to say I'm disappointed to hear that the mayor just said publicly he doesn't believe the town has a role in helping with healthcare. I think we do have a role to help with healthcare, and it is a big problem, I agree, but you deal with the big problem by taking on the small part that you can reasonably do. You don't just say someone else should do it. There's only one taxpayer, that's true, but that's still, if there's only one taxpayer, you're going to be paying the taxes either way. So the question is, do we want to have some control over what we're doing, or do we want to hope that Nanaimo will eventually take care of us, which frankly at this point I don't think is a reasonable proposition. And just for clarity, this isn't looking for a shelter space. Like what the mayor is referring to as shelter. This is not a shelter space. This is for people who have successfully completed treatment at a treatment facility and then need to have a second stage housing. That's the forward house component. ICCS, that would be the exact same funding stream as Kiwanis. Well, you have a certain number of the units allocated for people who are able to support themselves, stand on their own 2 feet. They're essentially sober at this point in Orca Place, but they have nowhere to go. And so they're stuck in Orca Place, which does allow for drug use, and it's very hard for people to avoid it's not remission, what's the term? Relapse. Relapse into using again when you're surrounded by people who are actively using is very, very difficult. And I know some people who have family members who were in situations like that, and as soon as they could move, they were in Vancouver, if there's a place for them to go to, they went there. When they lost that place, they started using again. So these are just things which are more about the opioid crisis and how we can find a path as a town to actually address that. If council doesn't want to support that, that's fine. But these are things that come from the local nonprofit community, and it's about land use. A local nonprofit, if it doesn't have a space to operate out of, will have a very hard time providing services, right? Like Manna Society does some things. There have been some efforts. We got a grant through UBCM a couple of years ago, which provided funding for a nurse. But if you want to see a long-term change in the trend, and the trend line in the last 3 point-in-time counts has been increasing number of homeless folks, I'd suggest that looking at treatment, where everyone agrees treatment's a good idea, and looking at what we can do to support that would be good for the town. Also, too, this is not something that's going to be done in the next few years because it's heavily reliant on the nonprofits to do the heavy lifting. It's not the town. The mayor is correct. We should not be trying to provide services or looking at staff to see how we should provide services. That's not our lane. But looking at the Minister Whiteside letter, I view it as your proposal is sort of dead in the water. I'm glad you want to do it. Here are the real programs if you want to work with us. So yeah, that's my point, is just that I think we need to focus on what we can do reasonably and try to address this as part of the strategic plan. If the province comes up with a giant pot of money, great. And if they don't, we won't advance, let's be honest.
So just for some clarity before we go to the rest of council, it looks like council's on record to, as at least at some level, wanting to address this problem through a regional, excuse me, just let me finish. Through sort of the regional district and on a regional level, and maybe there's more that could be done there. But Councillor Harrison, if I understand your notice of motion, that you actually want the town to become involved in this service at some point. So it really sounds to me that it's a difference between what does the region take on and what does the municipality take on.
And just for clarity, that motion was about a $10,000 grant to the regional rent bank. And then council essentially amended the motion to make it that we just work with the regional district on that through the regional district grant process. So it was pretty unrelated. As a rent bank, a one-time grant to a rent bank is very different from allocating land if a nonprofit wants to work with the province.
Okay, great. So that's what that motion is about. But again, I think the perspective is regional versus municipal.
Yes, and Councillor Harrison's correct. We said let's work with the regional district that has a program for that. personally helping people with a rent subsidy for a while because they have to pay it back. So now they have to pay the rent and pay back. But as far as land, where the province can provide services, we have donated about 9.5 acres for $1 to the province, where they put Eagle Park and the ambulance station. There's another probably 4 acres, which is about the size of where Qualicum Gardens is. It's a huge area. So if they want to have land that they can use that is serviced, there is a wonderful gift from the town. And that was parkland. And people in this community are very well connected to parkland and trees and trails and all that. But we thought this was so important that we would donate all that land, 9.47 acres, for $1 for healthcare type related services. And I think a lot of this from Councillor Harrison's support could be provided on that location. So I don't know what more we can do. I've asked the province many times, we need some more mental health services in Qualicum Beach. There is a piece of property. Minister Dix came to town one time. I showed him the property. I said, if you're looking for a location, this is a great location. The building that was designed at that time for Eagle Park was designed in such a way so it could be mirrored because it had all the infrastructure, the plants and all the system to heat the place, all there. It would have been a very simple procedure to add on to that building. So I don't know what else people expect from the town taxpayers to do. As far as I'm concerned, our responsibility is to have police and fire protection to keep people safe, water and roads and sewer lines, for parks and recreational services. This is in an area where I think we're getting into very thin ice as far as the local council. But we did meet them by saying, we have land for you for free, basically. We can do this. We provided land that was assessed at $3.3 million for this housing project. We could have sold that or used it for other purposes. We donated that. We are not stingy when it comes to helping people who need help. But getting into this kind of service, I think it's not really what I would support. Thank you.
So maybe in an effort to be helpful to council at this point, you have a notice of motion from Councillor Harrison that you've referred to this discussion. Maybe what I could ask you to do is, what do you want to do with that motion? Do you want to refer it back to council for further debate? Do you want to amend it, or do you want to say we have considered this at strategic planning as we referred it to and let it be? What's your pleasure?
Well, personally, I would refer it back to a council meeting. The strategic planning is about a much bigger picture. This is a specific item that we need to address and provide a response to. Mm-hmm. But I would think it's entirely appropriate, since it came out of a council meeting, we've now had the discussion, to bring it back to a future council meeting for a decision.
Mm-hmm. What's the rest of council's feeling? Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I'd be comfortable with that approach, given that some of the information that we received today, I haven't had an opportunity to really process it, or there might be additional information that would be helpful to the discussion.
No, I agree that we do need more information and discussion. I just personally, I think that this is a regional situation, and actually the organizations that are asking this of the town of Qualicum Beach is in the region rather than in Qualicum Beach. So I think we should also keep that in mind.
Okay, Councillor Young?
I'd like to defer it for future discussion.
Thank you. I'll give you the final kick at the can, Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, well, this isn't going to be actioned anyways, because if it was going to be included in strategic planning, it'd be 2027 or 2028. So whether it goes back to a future council meeting, this is not time sensitive. This takes years.
Super. So then by consensus, would you like a resolution for it to go back to council, Lou?
The corporate officer is nodding in the affirmative.
Yeah, I think, the great thing about a resolution is there's a record of it. It's your decision. You can go back to it. And so maybe we could have a mover.
Okay, I move that we defer this to a future council meeting. Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Harrison?
I was just going to say the microphone was off, so we couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, my microphone was up. It was a unanimous decision. Okay, great, super. Thanks for that. That's hard. It's really hard. So then, if we can go to the, let me just make sure I'm on track here. If we can go to the next slide. Yes, thank you. You're so on the ball, Wesley. Staff are seeking council direction on the proposed addition of the senior center that was raised at November 10th, 2023 strategic planning session. If council chooses to have staff research the possible initiatives, staff recommend that a senior center be referred to 2025. The Pantone table list as a standalone initiative for council's consideration.
So for this one, I think I remember talking to the folks in the Cinema Society. They were looking at a cinema in Sydney, which had condos above community-run cinema. And what they said is that with the changing in the building codes, it actually became very difficult to have residential right above the cinema because there are all sorts of things in terms of the insulation you need to use, and it gets very technical and very much beyond me. But I do think having a brief report on what are the implications if we lump those two buildings together, if there are implications, might be good before we sort of decide, yes, we're going to do it as a joint project, or what we want to do. So I just think in terms of that, the only other thing too is that if it becomes a much more difficult thing to address one of the two things, that would also be helpful to know if we should prioritize one of the two. Like if it is best to split them at the end of the day, just because, you know, we get a staff report, well, you're tripling the cost of both by including them together. That would be very useful to know. So I think just some preliminary.
Yeah, and I think that this is what
checks.
this proposes, actually, that staff research this possible initiative and that be what be put in 2025, right? So 2024 is out. There's no way you can take on anything new. So 2025. So I think it's exactly what you're suggesting, Councillor Harrison. Council's direction. Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I would support the motion to have it as a standalone, but I think it also warrants further conversation with the senior center. I know they've been putting some money aside for capital project in the future, but what is their vision? What do they want? I think we haven't really had that fulsome discussion with the Seniors Activity Center, so that needs to happen.
That would be part of the initial research phase, right? There'd be some consultation involved, all of that kind of startup exploratory work, 2025. Councillor Young?
I do believe they have over 200,000 in their funding, and the idea is that they would sell their present center if there was something else that was built. I also would like to have it changed to instead of 2025 to be something we address next year, because it's on land dependent, and we know that it will be nice to have the cinema and the senior center. It is a need, and so I would hope that we do have land available in the next year, and if we do, then I would like this addressed in 2024 and not waiting until 2025.
I'm sure the staff have something to say about that.
Thank you. So given what is currently on the planning department's plate and the housing announcement, that's the recommendation before you, is to refer it to the 2025 Blue Sky Initiative list that you will be dealing with in 2024. So again, just as we're dealing in 2023 for 2024, you'll be dealing in 2024 for 2025.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. The senior center is about 3,000 square feet. The town owns that, actually. So if there was a transfer, we could sell that and use that money accordingly. But the cost of construction now, I think, is probably about $400 a foot. So to even replace and they have 3,000 square feet, you're talking a lot of money, over $1 million. The cinema group has been active trying to get it going for probably 4 or 5 years, and they're looking for a site. And because we can't discuss land negotiations at this meeting, there are opportunities, I believe, coming up where we could accommodate them, but we can't speak to it right now. But to combine it with a seniors center is almost like spiking the football, because that's going to take such a drag of how much more it's going to cost. And yes, they've raised $200,000, but that literally is a drop in the bucket to what we're looking at. If you combine the two facilities into one, it would have to be pretty big. I've spoken with a number of members at the senior center, and a more practical approach by some, and I agree with that, is if they have a larger event, they've got like 1,000 members, but they wouldn't even all fit in the Civic Center. So are they looking to build something that's accommodating 1,000 members? It would have to be twice the size of the Civic Center. That's not going to happen. So the people I've spoken with there, we would encourage them to use existing facilities. Sometimes they can go to the Civic Center, sometimes Community Hall. Sometimes they use a room at the old schoolhouse or the museum or at other facilities that we already have, and allow them the exposure for that. They can go to the golf course clubhouse. They have a nice facility at the lawn bowling facility. So for us to contemplate building something that would accommodate 1,000 people, I don't think that's going to happen. It's just being unrealistic and coming up with another process that now impedes with the people who just wanted a cinema. And if the cinema has a green room or something that they need for their productions, whatever, if they can be used for seniors, that's fine. But to pull them into one project will drive the price up to where people are just going to throw up their hands and say, how are we going to pay for this? You know, we looked at other facilities where, like Into the Woods, not going to cost the taxpayers any money. That's how it started. We end up putting about $500,000 into that. I supported it, and I agree with it. I think it was a good investment. But when you start talking about something like this with a group of volunteers who may not be there next year or 2 years from now, and say, we're going to build this facility so you can all come into an area, I don't think that's responsible with all the costs that we're looking at. And I'm just looking at this right now as a standalone. But I know from the regional district, the capital costs that Qualicum Beach is going to be part of, like a treatment plant over $100 million. We're paying 40% of any capital projects with the regional hospital district. They're looking at a new patient tower that will probably be $1 million. They just committed to a $300,000 long-term care home in Lansville. We got to come up with 40% of that. So Parksville wants to build a new swimming pool, probably between 70 and 100 million. That has to go to referendum. So when you add all these things up, for us to now consider a place big enough for the senior center to accommodate 1,000 members, I don't think it's reasonable at this point. But leaving it for next year to see how we can do this, but my preference is to try and find a site for the cinema group and then deal with the senior center separately. Thank you.
So just to focus this discussion, because obviously there's a lot of detail involved in this. It's not currently in your strategic initiatives. The question here is, do you want it included? And if you do want it included, some kind of exploratory first phase in 2025. So let's try to focus on that. Yes, maybe if I could just go to Councillor Vander Valken. I think we've heard, have we heard from you, Councillor Skipsey? No, maybe you too. And then maybe we can get a resolution about where you want to head with this. Councillor Vander Valken.
Okay. I'm just looking at our sheets for identifying land for a multipurpose performing arts cinema, and it is slated for 2026. So I'm not sure that we want to go ahead of that with the senior center, and I tend to agree with Mayor Westbrook that the senior center, we do need to look at other responsibilities that we have and other facilities. So I actually would like to defer this further than 2025 myself.
Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I brought this up because I attended on the mayor's behalf to their AGM, and at the end, there was a question, who wants a new senior center? And there was a big roar, round of applause and everything. So I thought and I did speak with the past president about it afterwards, and they want to have a conversation with the town. It's just early days about what it might look like. I don't think they want to accommodate 1,000 people. I think they're just contemplating what a different space would look like. So I'm okay if the conversation starts in 2025. I think that's fine, or I don't think it has to happen right away. The other thing is, can we change it to Seniors Activity Center, because the Senior Center might be confusing.
The other thing that I think we probably need some clarity, just in the description, if somebody wants to put a motion forward, that this would be exploratory discussions regarding a seniors activity center. Lou?
So again, referring it to the Blue Sky list in 2025 does not assign it a year as 2025. So again, just as we brought forward the 2024 list, there's multiple dates contained within there. So we would come back, propose the research, propose a year for it, but it's not to be presumed that we would be actioning it in 2025. Council would be asked to give us direction on what year they would like that in, if it's referred to that list.
Sorry, just so that I understand, but if you put it in 2025 and you say these are exploratory discussions, you would propose that to happen in 2025?
That would be up to council's decision. So just as I've kept the list throughout the year here, and we've assigned different years to it, the timeline is to be determined and part of council's decision making. But we brought the list as a whole forward for strategic planning, and then assigned years subsequently.
Right, okay. Oops, sorry, and then I'm going to ask for some direction from council specifically through a motion. Councillor Young?
I just want to clarify, it isn't to accommodate 1,000 people at one time. It is to have more space for some of the activities that they have, because they're always overflowing. And also I appreciate Lou saying that we could have exploratory ahead of 2025 is what I think I understood, that we could have that in a conversation. No?
So for clarity, again, it's just referring it to the list. So this came out unexpectedly on Friday. I didn't want to lose track of it for you, and so the idea would be to refer it to next year's strategic planning session with a year proposed then. So again, it's just in the list that council would consider. I didn't want to lose track of it for you.
I get it now. I'm sorry, Lou. I misunderstood what you're saying. So this would just be a referral to the 2025 list for discussion of council. So no specific work would be done in 2024 on this, is my understanding. It'd be referred to the 2025 discussions. So, and again, so I just want to try to focus this not about what this is. We're talking about exploratory discussions. So can somebody make a resolution, please? Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I would move that a Seniors Activity Center discussion be referred to the 2025 Blue Sky list as a standalone initiative for council's consideration.
Are we all in agreement? Sorry, Councillor Young?
We're
To
up
the
for
motion?
discussion now?
Discussion on the motion?
Okay, I'd like to say that it isn't all about how much it's going to cost. I mean, I would think there would be grants supported. We would look for that. It is for community well-being and the health of a community to have facilities like this, especially when we're predominantly seniors. And also that I would like this to be on our radar for discussion on feasibility as of 2024.
Any other discussion? Can we call the question, Mr. Mayor?
No. If that happened at a council meeting, I would say, are you making an amendment to the motion? Because the motion was to leave it for 2025. So if that's changed, then we have to vote on if you're making an amendment, we'd have to get a second there and decide whether we want to discuss the amendment. so that you can do that. But Councillor Harrison has his hand up.
Sorry, I was just going to say that in the spring of this year, there should be an updated BC building code tabled in the legislature. They do it on 5-year cycles, and it's due in the spring of next year. That will have significant implications for anything you want to build, anything. And it might be good, even if we don't add it to a list or not add it to a list, it might be good just to get a verbal update. Obviously, there's a lot of folks who are involved in the senior center. Obviously, it's something that if money was endless, sure, of course we'd do that. But it might be good just to get a sort of verbal sort of update, even if it's not a detailed report, on maybe like in the summer or early fall of next year about, before, I'm not saying we don't do this, but just as sort of something as we're going into those conversations where we start thinking about here are the implications of that. Because I have a hunch that it's going to make it harder to build, forgive me, is the rumors I've heard from people who are involved in that sector. I'm not sure if we can have like a separate resolution to that effect, or it's a recommendation technically. But just to not load up too much work, but to get a sort of a rough idea of what the scoping is, because I'm pretty sure if we're going to have these informal conversations with the senior center, they're going to want to have a ballpark idea of what they're looking at, even if it's not precise.
Yeah, so if I was chairing the meeting, I would say, Councillor Young, do you want to make an amendment to the recommendation? Is there a seconder for that? No seconded, motion fails. Back to the main motion. We all agree that the Senior Centre plays a vital role, Seniors Activity Centre plays a vital role. When we did the last OCP review, people talked about housing and healthcare, but another one that was highly rated as far as importance was how people felt lonely, especially when they lose their spouse and they're on their own. And the Civics and the Activity Centre was a great help for them to reconnect and make new friends and activities. But I also don't think they realize that the amount of money that would be involved in doing this. So in the meantime, I know they used to have the AGM in the Civic Center, and they switched it to having it in their own center, which is obviously pretty crowded. So the other facilities are available, and in the meantime, we can have a conversation with them, as we should, board to board, council to their executive or their board, to see what really should be planned instead of having one-offs. And of course, if you ask somebody, what would you like? You're going to get a big hooray if somebody says exactly what they would like. But we have the consequences, as I mentioned, of all the other budget restrictions that we're dealing with here and as part of the regional district that we have to accept. Transit's going to come up more. Liquid waste, all the services that we get are going to cost a lot more. Plus, they need capital expansions as well. So I think to have a conversation with the board of the Seniors Activity Centre would be the right step. So I support going ahead with this recommendation.
Can we call the question now? Opposed? Yeah. Perfect, thanks. So, thank you for that. I know that's really hard. Wesley, could we have the next motion? Now, this is the global motion. We've just gone through the Pantone tables. You've made a couple of minor adjustments, and we would like to ask council to endorse the timelines as agreed to this morning for the strategic initiatives outlined in the presented November 15th document with your minor amendments, so that staff have that direction.
I move that recommendation. Councillor Petronella Van der Valk seconded. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. There you go.
That's so awesome. Okay, I think what we should do is break for lunch, and then we'll come back to capital projects, right? Awesome. The real fun will begin. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, and just for the benefit of the public, we'll reconvene at 12:30 sharp. my fault. Sorry, I lost track of town there. So, lost track of time there. So, welcome back, everybody. We've lost some of our audience. What? They don't find this absolutely fascinating? Yeah, this is the best show in town. Now, maybe if you had a movie theater, though, it wouldn't be the best show in town. Wesley, could we just have the next slide? So we're going to move into capital infrastructure asset management. Of course, this is obvious, but council allocates your resources. This is one of your key governance roles for capital infrastructure and asset management priorities through its annual budgeting. You should have. It's at the back. Sorry, Luke, can you take us to where we're at?
So we don't have the PowerPoint in your... Sorry, we don't have the PowerPoint in council's package, but what we do have is the scoping sheets. When you get to page 11 of your package, that'll be the same for the public. So you're just not to the point yet where you have supporting material. In general, it's all under your new tab 7. Okay, and then council has, or the public has an individual handout.
Yeah, so we're going to go through these one by one. We're going to go through these one by one, the projects, and deal with them, and we'll have PowerPoint slides that'll have some detail on them. So as we go through these, we're going to talk about a variety of different funding sources. So I'm going to turn it over to Raj for the next couple of slides, I think, right, Raj?
Thank you, Allison. So can we go to the next slide, Wesley? So just building on the previous slide, got some information just to provide context as we go into talk about the capital assets a little bit later on in the session. So possible funding sources for capital include the Community Growth Fund, which received we received grant funding of $3.4 million last year, and the province and federal government have outlined what those funds can be used for. Other alternative sources of funding are community amenity contributions, partnership funding, the Asset Replacement Reserve, which is to be used for replacement of existing assets. You can use the Asset Investment Reserve for investment in new assets, and there's always long-term borrowing as an option for larger projects we don't have funding available for as well. And if we can go to the next slide. So the town owns assets in excess of $210 million, and assets are used to provide services that residents need and enjoy. So the town's assets are summarized into the 8 categories illustrated on the pie chart on the screen, with categories being transportation assets, which are comprised of roads, sidewalks, and trails, buildings, land improvements, water and sewer infrastructure, and land. Over half of the value of the town's assets falls within the transportation and building category. The challenge facing the community is that the town's infrastructure replacement obligation has grown at a much faster pace than the town's annual contribution to reserves to address life cycle costs, leading to a growing asset replacement infrastructure funding gap. This means that the town is not putting enough money away into reserves to address the maintenance and renewal of assets. The consequence of this is deferring maintenance or not replacing assets when they're required, which results in higher risk of failure of assets and or disruption of services. So council should be cognizant of the asset infrastructure funding gap when considering investments in new assets or discretionary projects, as these projects will impact the funding gap. It is also worth noting that investments in new assets, whether they are grant funded or paid for through town funds, do have a life cycle cost impact, since they must be maintained and replaced at the end of their useful life. We go to the next slide, Wesley. So the town is working. The town is working toward moving away from its historical approach to asset management replacement funding that was based on more of a short-term funding perspective to a longer-term life cycle costing approach. So as I mentioned earlier, the current level of funding contributed to reserves is considered insufficient for the replacement of assets owned by the town. The town currently contributes about $2.6 million annually to reserves for replacement of investment in new assets. And based on preliminary life cycle data, an annual investment of about $6.8 million is required for sustainable replacement of assets. So this indicates an annual funding gap of about $4.2 million. Staff are working with a consultant on development of an asset replacement plan, which will identify the annual level of funding required for sustainable asset replacement over the life cycle of assets based on various service and risk level scenarios. And once council agrees on an appropriate service and risk level scenario and related appropriate annual contribution to the level of reserves, an asset financial strategy will be developed, which will address on how to move towards the appropriate level of funding in a sustainable way. Next slide. Thank you. So council has taken a number of steps already in 2023 through the budget process, which set the foundation for and reflects best practices in asset management. Council established a number of statutory reserves to address infrastructure replacement in 2023. So more specifically, the asset replacement reserve was established to address funding for replacement of existing assets. A new asset investment reserve was established to address town funding required for investment in brand new assets. Water and sewer infrastructure reserves were established to address the funding for assets used to provide water and sewer services. And the Growing Communities Reserve was established for the one-time grant funding that I spoke of earlier, which can be used to fund investments related to investments in infrastructure related to growth. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Allison. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. Let me just offer a couple of editorial comments and just put this into context. You know, just as an outsider's point of view, I would say that Qualicum Beach has done some very good things to address your asset management, and particularly to integrate the whole financial piece of your organization into your strategic planning and specifically your strategic initiatives. Qualicum Beach is not alone in BC in having an infrastructure gap. That doesn't make it good, but really since World War II, municipalities in BC have been deferring maintenance on their assets or ignoring their assets altogether. And so I've certainly seen communities in a way worse position than you're in, and I would say in many ways you're in an enviable position. So I don't want to give the public the impression that you are in some kind of desperate position. It's not my perspective that you for what it's worth, that you are, and that you're taking real measures to try to, manage and maintain your assets and plan for the future. And I think you should be commended for that. And part of that is this, taking a systematic approach in moving forward service, asset, and financial sustainability that can be incremental, measured, and tailored to the individual needs and capacity of Qualicum Beach. And from what I've seen from this council, you've been thoughtful, you've been measured, you've allocated funds to your various reserves and created your reserves. And I think that's exactly what, the gurus of asset management would be wanting to see municipalities do. So I think in many ways you're to be commended on the efforts that you've taken, and And of course, as Raj outlines, there's more to be done. And you got to bring the public along with you because they're paying the bill. And yet, if you really are, I like to talk about councils as being stewards of the municipal assets. If you're being responsible stewards, you'll look after the assets not just for today, but over the longer term. So I think I just want to stop here and kind of reassure ourselves that that is what council's wanting to do. You are wanting to continue to take a systematic approach, moving towards service asset and financial sustainability, and do it in an incremental and measured way. Have we got that wrong, or is that truly what you're hoping to be able to do? Hoping to be able to do, because of course we're talking about huge amounts of money and huge responsibilities, the municipality. Councillor Harrison.
I was just going to say it's a shame that a lot of folks have left, because this is the single most important thing we do as a local government, is actually this. This is the biggest thing overall, maintaining the assets we have. And it's going to be the most expensive too. So yeah, there's years worth of hard work staff have been doing, certainly going back to the previous term, and I think even the term before mine, first term. It's probably almost getting close to a decade now, but there's been a ton of work that's been done by staff on this, and I do think we're in a decent position. And also, to echo what you said, there are a lot of communities who are facing much bigger bills than we are. So some of the numbers might be scary, but we're not in the worst position in BC.
Oh, no, you're definitely not. I could tell stories, but I won't. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I know this is critical to what we do. And I'm not telling all the things about the history of what we've done, but when we needed a new water reservoir, at that time, roughly $3 million. How are we going to pay for that? Well, we applied for grants, and provincial and federal government kicked in $1 million each, and we got $1 million. So the same with the Ring Road. Fire hall's going to be paid off in I think, in a year or so. Now, depends also on the lifespan and how you look after your assets during that time. You can extend the life of any capital asset if you look after it in the meantime. So I'm not sure what the lifespan is for the fire hall, but at one time I was told, 50 years. And I go, really? The old schoolhouse lasted over 100 years. How can this thing that is built with the latest standards and seismic standards to only last or suspect? So if you calculate that back, yeah, we're going to need a lot more money if we don't get any grants and if we don't make these assets last because we didn't maintain them properly. So I think there's a lot of variables there. And I know this is critical and we want to do it right. The last thing we want to do as a council is to leave the town and its assets in worse shape when we finish office than when we started. No question about that. But 20 years ago, we started adding 1% to the tax increase based on inflation. 1% extra every year. So that's now over 25 years, 25%. That would go, we didn't know it was called asset management, but we just said we need to put it into these buckets for trucks, for roads, for water lines, sewer lines. So we created all these buckets back then, even for the fire department. Well, we didn't want the fire department to come every year for some kind of funding increase or whatever. We work with MFA, obviously. We don't have to pay it all at once. So we borrow some to make payments over 5 years, and we've got, in our case, 4 mainline engines. So every 5 years, we can replace one. But we don't have to have the money at hand. We borrow from MFA in that situation, and that was one of the things that we can use. But the main thing, in my opinion, is to look after your assets so it extends the lifespan. And then also knowing that provincial and federal government are usually there with some grant opportunities for the type of functions that we need.
Raj, do you want to comment on sort of how you determine the life of assets and therefore the life cycle planning for assets?
Thank you. So right now we use the depreciation guidelines from the policy. However, when it comes to life cycle maintenance, we would be taking a look at the anticipated life of the asset. And as the mayor alluded, how you take care of your assets impacts the life of your assets. So that will be taken into consideration in the risk scenarios that we're going to be looking at. But just, and there are alternative sources of funding available. So the numbers that I had talked to earlier did not take into consideration grant funding that is available or borrowing. But generally speaking, for replacement of assets, there's typically not grant funding available for the replacement of your assets. But there are other ways to address replacements like long-term borrowing.
Okay, next slide, Wesley. So what we're going to look at are a series of projects that are not part of your core capital. So we're not talking about core capital at this point. The capital program will be reviewed in its entirety as part of the 2024 project. So these are really the discretionary projects, and we have a whole series of them. Next slide, Wesley. And so we have 11 blue sky capital initiatives. All but one of them fall within the purview of the planning department as the lead. Community health and well-being, 2 from 2023 and 4 newly proposed. For economic prosperity, 1 from 2023 and 2 newly proposed. And progressive infrastructure, 1 from 2023 and 1 newly proposed. And we're going to go through them one by one. So the first one is community health and well-being. And it is the skate park construction. I'm going to turn to Luke to help just walk us through this, tell us what this is and what some of the financial implications are.
Question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Vanderwalk.
I just have a general question. When we got this information, trying to understand why these particular items have budgets and others do not. So if you could just
So
clarify
maybe I'll turn it over to
me.
Lou, but my understanding of this is that these are discretionary, like really discretionary council projects initiated from council decisions as opposed to core capital projects. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, and so a couple of these council made decisions on in 2023, and then council has discussed or individual councillors have championed a number of other projects. So just like the Blue Sky initiatives in the previous section, these are before council to see if you want to advance those.
The other component of these is the, in some cases, the proposed budget estimates have changed significantly, right? And really, so council needs to be aware of that. Is that right?
Yeah, so the budget has changed significantly in the first 2 slides, and that's what staff can walk council through. And again, the decision making is yours.
Is that helpful, Councillor Vanderwalk?
Yes, somewhat, although there are a couple, for example, the misting stations proposed 2025, it has a budget attached to it. I'm just not quite sure why this one does and some of the other Blue Sky proposals don't. So what was that? Because I don't think council, this is one that was championed by an individual on council, I'm assuming, because we haven't had any discussion about this previously in any council meetings that I'm aware of. So why does it have a budget attached to it where others don't, is my question.
So specifically on the misting stations, new capital initiative,
Is it the I'm sorry, forgive me. Is it the proposed funding source that isn't identified? Because they all have proposed budget attached to them. Again, it's council's decision-making about budget. So maybe we could just walk through the sheets and we could ask the individual questions. Maybe that'll become more clear, Councillor Vanderwalk, if you'd indulge us. Thank you.
Yeah, just hang on to that thought and we'll come back to it. So let's go to the skate park construction. Luke, can you just walk us through this and then we'll ask for questions and answers?
Sure, thank you. So as council's aware, we have been looking at a replacement or upgrade of the current skate park for a while now. We have a consultant that's currently engaged, has been working with the user group and members of the public to refine a design. They're working on a feasibility study that is in its draft phase, so that will have a budget attached as well as a design for council. The last time council saw this initiative, the budget was 1.2 million. So I do have the benefit of having seen the draft report, and I know that there are some elements that are a slight increase in scope from the last time. And there are also some elements where the consultant has identified opportunities for amenities that benefit the broader community park as well as just the skate park. So to allow for the budget that's likely going to be coming forward, we've increased the budget from 1.2 million to 1.5, and the difference between those two would be fundraised through partnership funding by the user group and or grants that the user group might identify. Thank you.
So Raj, maybe we can get you to just walk us through the funding sources for this.
Thank you, Allison. So there is a resolution. So basically the funding sources for this project, or the proposed funding sources rather, are community amenity contributions. There was a community amenity contribution of $1 million received last year, and there'll be a little bit more discussion about that later in the presentation when we're taking a look at resolutions. But 50% of that $1 million was allocated towards parks infrastructure. And then we're proposing $700,000 be funded from the Community Growth Fund, which is grant funds we received from senior levels of government last year. And then, as Luke had mentioned, another $300,000 anticipated to come through either partnership or grant funding.
So maybe just for my benefit and maybe for council's benefit, if I could understand sort of the process here. So council has given direction to staff to proceed at least with a feasibility study for the skate park construction. That's underway now. You have some cost estimates for the cost. You have some suggested sources of funding. I'm assuming ultimately the feasibility study will come back to council and council will make specific decisions coming out of that and give direction for construction, for example, if they decide to do that, right? And so the purpose of this discussion is to feed into budget and the long-term financial plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would defer to Raj. I'm just trying to scan my last year's, because I'm not sure if we went as far as to put in a proposed construction amount or if it was just the feasibility study. So perhaps I could look to Raj for some support on that one.
So last year's budget did include the amount for the feasibility study, and we did have a total budget of 1.5 million. I'd have to take a look at my budget, whether the 1.5 included the feasibility study, but the feasibility study was a non-material amount in comparison to the construction cost of the project.
Did you mean 1.2?
1.2, sorry. Oh, yeah, my apologies there.
So probably a very preliminary cost estimate. You feel you have a better sense of the cost now, plus there are some other ancillary things coming along. So what I was trying to get at was that, what would be helpful is for council to give some indication at this preliminary point if you want to carry on with this process, and these costs would be incorporated into the financial plan, right? So that's kind of where we're at. The actual decisions about whether or not you're going to proceed is another matter, right? That'll come back to council for decision. right? Am I right about that, Lou? I'm just trying to get the process clear.
Yeah, so what we wanted to do, we have 11 sheets. We wanted to walk council through each of these sheets, look at the proposed funding sources, identify if it was new or an updated proposed budget amount, and then there's actual resolutions in this slide deck after we've worked through these initial scoping sheets. Yeah.
My point being that these aren't the final decisions about your proceeding at this stage of the game.
That's right. We'll be seeking that direction subsequently.
Right. Is that clear as mud to you? Right. I mean, this is an incremental decision-making process, right? As you get information, the feasibility study is going to come back to you. There'll probably be, multiple decision points along the way. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so just, it's great to see sort of when it's supposed to start, rough idea of the budget. I mean, obviously, when we actually put something out to tender, there might be slight variances because time changes everything. The only thing there's sort of two questions I have. One is when it says construction proposed 2025, is there a rough estimate of which quarter? Would it be at the start of 2025 or the end of the year? And then what's the rough idea of project completion? So that's just when I see started here, and then I'm just curious, when would it be completed? Just for this project in particular, it was a hot button issue in the election. I think everyone supported it quite publicly. So ideally, this is done before the end of the term, but at the same time, I understand that we're kind of a ways out. We're just looking at sort of conceptual ideas, so we might not be able to have that information. That's totally fair if we don't.
Luke, construction period?
Sure, I can give a bit of clarity on that. So the uncertainty here is the amount of time it takes to raise the partnership funding. So that's hard to nail down at this point. What I can say is that the consultant has informed us that it's around a 6-month construction process. So if it starts early in 2025, it would be finished by the end of that year. So because the town has allocated this funding, in 2025, that would be the ideal start date. But if they come up with the money before that, then we can talk about shifting things around anyway, but it will move forward efficiently.
Any other questions about this project? Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I really like what Director Sales just said, that if they can come up with the money sooner, we could start the project sooner, because we've been working on this design with the consultant and the skateboarders and their families. And last Family Day, I couldn't believe how much interest there was. I think Chief Rakama sat there for an hour just in disbelief what these kids could do, like little ones on these skateboards. It's wild, but they had a lot of fun. And so I think we all agreed, as Councillor Harrison said during the election, that this would be something we wanted to see happen. So if they come up with the money sooner and we can start the project sooner, I think that's a good motivation to let them know that. So in some way, we need to let them know, and there's nobody here from that group, that if they can come up with the money sooner, that date could change. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Vaken.
Yeah, I just had a question about the term feasibility study. So is the feasibility study actually the design?
Through the chair. So when this process started, there was some uncertainty as to whether the site could just be upgraded slightly or whether it needed to be entirely reconstructed. So they were assessing the feasibility of upgrades versus replacement. They're also assessing financial feasibility and establishing a budget. So there were more questions at the beginning of the process than they are now. So the term feasibility study, we're past the feasibility stage. It is feasible, but that's still the name of the project.
Sorry, I had a tickle in my throat, so I've got a cough drop. So they are actually at the design stage, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. In order to establish a budget, they have to have a conceptual design, and they've been working with the user group on what types of skate park amenities are most desirable to the user group.
Thank you.
Councillor Skipsey.
Well, my question relates to this project, but also to others. It's just that construction costs and whatnot have been escalating greatly. So what do we have in place that would protect us from Or do we have anything that would protect us from, let's say we start out at 1.5 and next thing you know, we're at 2. Is there anything that we can do to make sure that we don't have that creep of expenses to our taxpayers?
Raj or Luke or?
Sure, thank you. So we are in the conceptual phase at this point, and at some point, the project will move towards the construction phase, and that's where you start looking at a contract with an actual contractor that's going to build it. And that's the point where the town would want to be careful about how we structure that arrangement and that relationship with the contractor, whether it's a fixed price or whether, you know, the town is working with them. There's a lot of different ways to structure contracts. Our engineering department would be far more familiar with them than I am, but I guess my answer would be that we will be dealing with that, you know, and there are ways to mitigate risk, but we're not quite there yet.
I think until you get that tied down, there probably isn't much you can do to protect yourself from escalating costs, sadly. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, and maybe this doesn't apply to this particular project, but when we were raising funds, the community was raising funds for the Heritage Forest. We said we have until a certain time, and if we don't have the money, we're going to sell a couple of chunks off the Heritage Forest to make up the difference. I don't know in this case if we can go ahead with our share as far as the 1.2 million and have them raise the $300,000 and complete the project when they have it. But at least our part is done. Is there a way, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud, is there a way to say we're not going to complete the project until they've raised their $300,000? We're not going to wait either, because construction costs keep going up so fast that by the time we wait for $300,000, we're going to need $600,000. So is there a way for us to kind of mitigate that?
If you could leave that with me, I'd have to discuss that with the contractor or the consultant that's doing the design. Maybe there's a way to approach that. I think the point's well taken that we should get on with it, you know, once the item is identified in the budget.
If there aren't any more questions, there are, but we have 11 of these, I think, to get through, and what our plan is just to walk through all of them and then come back and get you to make decisions about them. Councillor Skipsey?
Well, my question was just, is there a best guesstimate as to when the feasibility study would come to council?
Good point.
Yes, thank you. I anticipate that it would be either late this year or perhaps early next year. The actual reporting date remains to be seen because there is such a large gap between the December council meeting and the January council meeting. So whether it would be available for an official council review in this year, remains to be seen.
Councillor Harrison?
And just a 2-second point too, if cost becomes a real sticking point, we can always look at the scope of what we're actually doing and cut off certain aspects of a project. And this applies for everything. You can amend what you're looking to do. But of course, it's way too early to start saying what we will or will not do on that. Just highlight that it's not just we have to spend this much money. We can look at, we'll reduce this little lovely thing, but it still then has a core functionality and it brings the price in line with what we can afford to spend.
Councillor Young, did you have something? Sorry, could we move on to the next one? This is also Luke's. This is the Satlam Park amenities construction. Luke, same thing.
Thank you. So this was a budget item previously approved by council, and at that time, council had allocated $250,000 for improvements to, $350,000 for improvements to Satlam Park over the next few years. Since that time, council has committed to contributing some towards construction of washrooms in the lodge building that would be accessible from the outside and thereby serve the park. So we did receive a cost estimate. It's been a few years since that cost estimate was prepared. So staff have increased it from what was previously identified as an estimate, and I think that was in the order of 180, 190 to 250 to allow for some cost escalation since the time of that estimate. So the total cost of this project over the next few years has increased from $350,000 to $600,000. And this is being funded entirely from the Community Growth Fund, which was that $3+ million grant that the province gave to the town several years ago. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Harrison?
Thanks. So during the election, there was a ballot initiative which said, do we want funds to be invested in the St. Andrews Lodge building? And about 78%, I think it was, of the populace said no. I'm just wondering, with this proposed budget, is it consistent with that ballot initiative or not? Thank you.
That's a challenging question to answer. Certainly, the town originally expressed interest in constructing a washroom on the site, and the Lodge Society recommended and invited the town to contribute towards the lodge and make the washroom a part of the building. It's really up to council to determine whether or not that concept is consistent with the direction that was provided in the last referendum. So that's really outside staff purview. We're just implementing the direction that was given by council earlier this year. Thank you.
Councillor Skipsey?
Yeah, well, I think it would be helpful, like at what point, the point we get the plan, to know kind of what the breakdown of the 600,000 is. Like what I'm hearing is 250,000 for washrooms, and then, you know, I'm assuming some of that would be for the creation of parking spots, some would be for trails. You know, I think it would be helpful to know, you know, exactly how that's broken down.
So Luke, on this slide, it says 350,000 previous year estimate for playground, other amenities, excluding the lodge. So that was the 350,000, and the 250,000 is for the washrooms. Is that right? Have I got that right?
That's correct. So the only increase since the last time council saw it was $250,000 for the construction of washrooms. Everything else is remaining the same.
Any, Councillor Skipsey?
Well, just to Councillor Harrison's point, the question on the ballot was, do you want to spend $700,000? And that was no, but that was on the lodge. This relates to the park as far as I can see.
Luke, is there more detail? Like, has council given direction about this $350,000 previously? Is there more detail behind that?
Sorry, I'll answer quickly, and then I see that Councillor Young has a question. So that was in the previous year's budget. So that was already approved, that 350.
Right.
250 is the additional cost.
And is it clear what that $350,000 is to be paid, what it's to pay for?
The details on that remain to be seen. We're doing a detailed park plan right now, and so that will identify, you know, improvements like trails and, you know, playground, those types of things. And the estimated cost is $350.
Okay. And so that'll go back to council.
Correct.
So with the detail and an opportunity for a decision, the increase in budget of $250,000 is really to include the budget or the washrooms. Is that correct?
350,000 did not include the washrooms.
The $250,000 is
solely to cover the cost of washrooms. And I know Councillor Young is patiently waving her hand. So,
Councillor Young.
I'm just wondering if we can ask for First Nation collaboration and funding on this project.
Through the chair, we can ask for anything. I don't know whether or not it's feasible. That would be speculation at this time.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. One of the planners, Rebecca Augustine, and I went to meet with Chief Rakama about this plan before anybody had seen it. I hadn't seen it. First, I said we wanted you, as the people who are connected to this land, to see this plan. They don't want anything. They just want to be left alone, mostly. Some trails, some benches, that's fine. Washrooms, obviously. But there was on this plan was a marking for a shower, and he says, why would you put a shower there? You know, you're going to have people washing and soap, and it may contaminate the soil and all this kind of stuff. And it's not really a beach where people go for a swim. We got the waterfront main area, and there are washrooms and showers and all that there. So as what I can gather from Chief Rakama is as little disturbance as possible. Trails, there was an area where we would have some First Nations, like a welcoming They have welcoming statues on their site by the campground, something like that, but very minimum. The least, the better. So I'm not sure what that other capital is needed for, but from what I gather, and you can check with Rebecca, she took some notes about what the chief was expecting. I don't think there's a lot of interest for bocce ball courts to stay there or playgrounds to be put there. I'm sorry, that's not what this plan should include, from what I gather from Chief Akoma. Thank you.
So again, just if we can go back to sort of the process here. So Luke, the detailed design, which was approved by council in 2023, is underway now. Is that right?
Yeah, the process was initiated by council,
Right.
and they have not seen the outcome of
Right.
that.
So it's going to come back
Correct.
to council?
So council will have an opportunity to approve the park plan.
Right.
Or recommend or specify
Or not.
changes. Correct.
Yeah. And the $350,000 had been previously approved by council, again, as a global funding, and the staff are bringing to your attention the need for an additional 250 if there are to be washrooms in the park, right? So for the purposes of today's meeting, it's about providing for that $250,000 in your financial plan, but you don't have to do that. Councillor Skipsey.
Yeah, I just wonder when it comes back if there could be an indication of any possible grants that we might qualify for this project.
Certainly, staff can identify any grants that we're aware of at that time. Grants don't necessarily always forecast themselves ahead of time, so what's coming remains somewhat speculative. I think if I were to guess, then they're probably going to be grants related to housing, the emergency program, or short-term rentals. Like, the province has done so much stuff in those areas, I'd be surprised if the money doesn't flow in the same areas where they've made major policy changes.
Okay, so maybe we could move on to the next one, Mr. Mayor.
The head of the St. Andrews Lodge Historical and Cultural Society, and I met with Chief Akoma as well, and there are monies available for things like putting up a plaque to recognize the connection between the Qualicum First Nation and that land in their language. Significant amounts of monies. So I think if there is something that would acknowledge the presence of and the history of the Qualicum First Nation for that site, there is monies available. And that was a significant part of why we went to them for a name, which they gifted us, but also to acknowledge that. Some people think that they gave us a park. Not really accurate. We had to pay $3.5 million for the previous owner. But nevertheless, we want to make a really close connection between the Qualicum First Nation and their connection to the land. And I think there is monies for that, from what I gather from Jay Smith, as he met with provincial government and input from provincial government on this particular issue. Thank you.
So can we move to the next one, and then we'll come back to the decision about this, whether or not you want to put funds in your financial plan for it. So under capital community health and well-being, we have new facilities to support soccer in Oceanside. Luke, this is also yours.
Thank you. So this Blue Sky initiative, the capital initiative, was proposed by a member of council, and the first concept was to put a modular building, on the community park to service the increased need for washrooms and change rooms during major events at the community park. And then there was an option identified that would see a renovation of the existing washroom building to perhaps convert those change rooms to additional washroom space, which would serve the same purpose. So which way it goes remains to be seen, but either way, we need to have a budget allocated. So the recommended budget from staff was that $620,000 be allocated. Originally, it was going to be proposed for 2025. We do recommend deferring that to 2028. And the rationale for that is the first major decision that needs to be made is whether a new building is suitable, right? Should we be upgrading or replacing the building that's there, or should we be putting a new building on the site? And that does require a fair bit of planning in advance, and it also links very closely to the community park plan, which is designated in a future year. So should council choose to proceed with this, the funding source would be as identified here, the asset and replacement reserve, $220,000, and the community growth funds in the amount of $400,000. Thank you.
Questions? Mr. Mayor?
I was just going to ask through Councillor Skipsey, who is liaised with the Parks and Rec Committee. Has this come up in their discussions?
Not at our committee level. I understand there was perhaps some discussion when it was the RDN Parks and Rec. There was some talk about the turf field and whatnot, but no, this has not come up with the town of Qualicum Beach's committee.
Okay, because the reason why I brought it forward, because the people that run the soccer program said it started off with 230 kids. Now there's more than double, and there's no washroom facilities to go into bushes. That's not a good thing. So if we can modify the existing building, which is not really used for change rooms, but there is space for more washrooms, that would be a big help. And then in the meantime, put more portables out when they have their events. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Valk.
Yeah, I just have a question about the title of this, New Facilities to Support Soccer in Oceanside. I guess one of my concerns is that it's narrowing it down to one organization, and should it not be about the park in general, like pickleball, skateboard, baseball, all of those? So are all of those other activities, are they part of the community park review? I just need clarification about, these are two separate things, are they?
Luke?
Thank you. I think you make a very good point that the title of this should really be New Facilities to Support Community Park Users, because those facilities are used by multiple user groups.
So then it still is specifically only looking at washrooms and change rooms, is that correct?
That's correct. So this initiative, this blue sky sheet before you is looking at the demands for washrooms and change rooms, specifically in those times where there's a large volume of users on the site at the same time. So could be baseball, could be soccer, could be football, pickleball, whatever that large group of people is that all wants to use the washroom at the same time. That's the pinch point.
Thank you.
Councillor Harrison?
Yeah, and Councillor Van der Valk is correct. It's a wide range of user groups, but I think this is to some extent responding to correspondence received, I think, in early October from, what do they call themselves now? It used to be Oceanside Youth Soccer Society. Now it's Oceanside FC or something like that. But anyways, at the end of the day, the thing for me that I'm just curious about is that in the previous term, we're talking about artificial turf fields. I still support that as a grant-dependent thing, but I know no one else on council really does, to the best of my understanding. So would this then preclude a future council from doing anything on that site?
Through the chair, that is one benefit of having it allocated in a future year, is that there will likely be some decision-making about the long-term plan for the community park, which may very well include a field house. So if this council or a future council was to identify and decide that a field house was going to be located, this same budget would likely be redirected towards that project.
Oh, and just to sort of follow up, because for me, the only thing that I'd be worried about is that this is something that's clearly a need. It is an obvious need at the end of the day. For members of council, they might want to, when there's a lot of soccer games that are being played at the same time, look how full the Civic Center parking lot is. It is actually packed with parents in their cars. So there are times where we definitely need something like this. But it's more that if a future council wanted to do something more ambitious than this and figure out how to afford that, we wouldn't essentially have put in one piece of infrastructure and then we'd have to update everything and raise it up and then put it back down again, or who knows what, to build the next thing. And then that's just the only thing I want to make sure that we don't sort of create a larger expense 5 or 8 years from now. That's all.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I just wonder, I mean, depending on what it looks like and how it all unfolds, but whether there would be an opportunity for kind of a stakeholder group as far as proposed funding, whether there'd be opportunity to, because I do know when it came forward, I think that the soccer had said that they have funds that they could contribute towards some facility.
Yeah, so it doesn't probably change the estimate, it changes the funding source, right? Yeah, okay. Can we move on to the next one? Rob, for missing stations. Waited all day for this.
And I'll keep it brief. The missing stations were an opportunity raised by one of the residents, thinking about with climate change and hotter, longer summers. So they had talked about giving opportunities for folks throughout our community to cool themselves down. So with council support, we just looked into this and what other communities had done. We found that there's an opportunity for a $32,000 misting station that would be vandal-proof and also provide possibility for water to fill up bottles and that. And at this time, we do not recommend we proceed with this, even if we can continue applying for funding. But given our current $4.2 million deficit, like the gap between what we're funding our current infrastructure and how much we should be spending, we don't, until we finish our asset management plan, we don't recommend we make any more investments in new infrastructure.
So with that, it's proposed for 2025, but you're actually recommending not to proceed until 2025 or not to proceed at all, take it off the docket?
It would be my recommendation to take it off the docket.
Okay.
And further conversation that we can have with council is in other communities where they've done this, during the day when the heat is high, you have facilities like the library, the civic center, where we have provided cooling stations, as well as you have businesses that are open with air conditioning. And so there are opportunities available to the public. And then at nighttime, we don't have those nighttime highs above 33 degrees that other communities do. So you have that cooling effect, and so you don't have the necessity for a misting station during the night.
Okay, well, you can ruminate on that. Councillor Harrison.
And I'd also add too, just looking at the scoping sheet, there would probably have to be some degree of maintenance, I'd assume, periodically. And that would be an additional amount of maintenance that takes away from something else. And some of this is also because of the periodicity of the El Nino La Nina effect, which goes beyond my capacity to really explain it. I can't, sorry. But I do know that there is a bit of a variation in few-year cycles. It's been accentuated because of climate change, and it's worse. But we might then be in a situation where we have these misting stations, which we may not need for a few years. So I'm not saying necessarily we get rid of it, but we might want to refer this to a future council meeting for a report. That's a little bit more formal, just so the public can see that information too, as we have a whole one person in the audience right now. This is a good conversation to have, I think, in a public meeting. So maybe, I don't know how we do this, but maybe recommend that we get in next year a staff report on this might be appropriate.
Okay, hold on to that thought. Can we go to the next one? Councillor West, or sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I agree, but this is being streamed. People can watch this online, can they? Yeah. So as far as cooling, and a very short period of time when it's really needed. But this summer, when it was a really hot day, and last year too, I would come to this area, and the trees have grown now where it's like a cathedral. And there's a nice breeze goes through. There's washrooms here, there's washrooms at Bailey's if you use something from there. So I think there are places, especially with our trees and the canopy that we have, that provides a lot of shade. But I found this place in particular the nicest cooling off place there is in all of the community, except in our forests. When you go to Cathedral Grove, to Heritage Forest, you walk through there and it's beautiful and it's cool. And the same with our community park. So there are places where people can cool off. But in the downtown, in the uptown core, that is the most attractive spot to go for cooling off. So I'm not in a hurry to build more misting stations for that reason, but also what you mentioned, that we're just going to add more assets that we have to prepare for in maintenance and renewal.
Thank you for that. So let's go to the next one if we could. Accessibility improvements. Luke.
Thank you. This next item came directly from a motion from council or a referral to this process. A member of council had proposed that $50,000 be allocated annually towards accessibility improvements. And so staff have identified that, council could do that. It would be $250,000 over the next 5 years. And the source of that funding would be the asset investment reserve. Unless it's a replacement of an existing asset, then it would be the asset replacement reserve would be the funding source. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Luke. And the details of this to come forward, this is about allocating money into a reserve, right? Any questions? Councillor Harrison?
Just for the public's benefit, what this is intended to do is loop into the accessibility plan we're developing as a town, and then this essentially funds the projects over multiple years. So just public can see where the money comes from and how it's being spent.
Let me tell you, I think it's absolutely great that you're doing a plan and actually putting some money aside to implement it. So good on you. A really good example of things that you're doing well. The next item then is community gardens. Luke?
Okay, thank you. The next item, community gardens, was an initiative proposed by a member of council. The town currently has 2 community garden locations, one located on town land, the other located on the school district land. So the town does have some experience of the amount of work going into the initial installation and maintenance. So if council does wish to initiate this, the estimated budget would be $30,000, which is mostly fencing, running water lines and things like that. The key point here, though, is that the town currently doesn't have a location identified for a new community garden, so there would need to be some planning work done up front to discuss with the community, identify a new site, look into the feasibility in terms of servicing and whatnot, and then ultimately move forward with construction of the site. So staff are recommending that this be allocated in the year of 2028, and if council does choose to do so, that's where we would recommend it. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Young?
There is a proposed site. It hasn't been officially asked. That would be at the KSS fields there.
So through the chair, that might be an option. It's not one that the school district has formally advanced in any way. So that very well could be a site. And, either way, the budget would be around the same thing if the town were to contribute towards the construction of that.
It is already set up. It's just that it's been abandoned for the last few years. Just saying.
I think the important point, though, it doesn't, if you have a site, it doesn't matter where the site is, the costs are going to be the same. Right, so you still need to allocate the $30,000. Any other questions? Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I would support moving this forward from 2028. I think that it's really important, and maybe it's something that I don't know if it would qualify under the growing communities or not, but I think food security, we should be a priority.
Okay, hold on to that thought when we get to the decisions, because we can have a discussion about whether or not you want to advance this or abandon it. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, if we're talking about the site behind KSS, it is already fenced. There is water there. Volunteers who want to buy a plot, they have to look after it. So I don't think there's much of a commitment from the town, except working with the high school, with the school board to see if that spot is available for public use. Because as Councillor Young said, it's perfectly located as far as fencing. The soil is there, water is there. It's just that the students haven't been able to look after it, because most of the stuff that happens is in the summer when they're on their vacation. So if parents or other volunteers would come and say, I'd take a plot, it would take very little involvement from the town as far as infrastructure. Thank you.
Luke, do you want to say something about that? I'm just looking at the scoping sheet.
Yeah, and I know we need to move on, but I do think it's important to note that the school district site that we lease for community gardens, the town does have an agreement that we contribute $3,000 annually in-kind services towards the school district. So it's not zero cost to the town. The town does have to provide in-kind services to the school district in order to lease the land, which we then sublease to the Community Garden Society at no cost. Thank you.
I'm just looking at the scoping sheet. So what this says is the project requires staff to identify locations, establish partnerships, and create agreements. Costs include one-time expenses, set up the gardens, initial staff time from various departments, and continuous administrative expenses for maintenance and operations. So if you can get volunteers to do it entirely and you don't need to be involved, awesome. Okay, we'll come back to this. If we can go to the next one, the former bus garage. Luke, also yours.
Okay, thank you. So the next item is the former bus garage construction. We are in the design phase of this process right now. We're having a consultant do work on the design, also the mobility study around that. So this was a budget allocation that council made earlier in the year. And early this year, it was the allocation was $800,000. However, at that time, there was another $1 million that had been reserved from the sale of land to Naked Naturals, but that had been put into a different part of the budget. So what we're doing for the budget before you today is just correcting that and consolidating those two from different parts of the budget for transparency. So you're now seeing the $1.8 million total, which is $1,000 from the land sales and $800,000 from the other sources identified on this. So if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Questions? All right, awesome. Highway 19 entry sign. Oh, sorry, Councillor Vanderwaal.
I'm assuming that the difference in, just to clarify what Luke said, so the 800,000 and the 1.8 million, the estimated cost is the 1.8 million? And the question is just where it's coming from. Okay. So what do you think has primarily caused that dramatic increase in the estimate?
Thank you. So through the chair, we're not actually looking at an increase in the estimated cost. We're just looking at where the budget allocations are. So in the 2023 budget, you saw $800,000 allocated, and that was from the Community Growth Fund, and we're anticipating some grant funding. But there was another $1 million that was in a different section of the budget. So all we're doing is we're just consolidating these two together. But just more broadly speaking, that if the town does choose to build underground parking, that $1.8 million will disappear quite quickly. Same thing with constructing public squares or amenities on the site. $1.8 million will likely be on the light side, so we will be looking for grant funding one way or the other.
So the $1 million that was elsewhere that you're combining now, it was also earmarked for the bus garage construction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So they were just two separate things. It's not clear to me why they were two separate things. Maybe you can help us understand that, but now you're bringing them together.
The rationale for why, I'm not entirely sure. I think it was held in, when we received the money, it was put into probably the land reserve, and it should have been allocated to this project. Thank you.
I think, on this slide, I think one of the things that's confusing, it says earlier estimate and an updated estimate for capital costs. I think that maybe that's a bit confusing. But I think we have heard the appropriate clarification for that. Any other questions on this one? Councillor Harrison?
Just a brief point too, the 1 million was when we sold, we, council at the day earmarked that specifically for on-site improvements. And I do think the red writing sort of clarifies why it might not be on the ones we have printed, but it does basically say we are including now the underground parking. And I think that's where, when they go for $50,000 for complete underground parking per stall, $1 million disappears pretty quickly with underground parking. So I think that's why you, to Councillor Vandervalk's point, you see that discrepancy.
Okay, thanks for that. The next one is the Highway 19 entry sign. Luke?
Yes, no. I wasn't quite finished. I guess my confusion is on the sheets that I have, which I think I'm looking at the latest edition of the sheets. It doesn't say, doesn't have the red printing in it, excluded underground parking. It just says 800,000 estimate and 1.8 updated estimate. So it really doesn't have anything in there. So I may not be looking at the most recent sheets.
Thanks. Lou?
Again, we were coming in, your last strategic planning session was Friday. We've had 2 open houses in this. So I think the former PowerPoint presentation actually said, please bear with us. There will be mistakes in this package. I think I should have put that up in this slide today as well. So please bear with us, but I think the explanation stands before you, and we will update this information based on all of your input today, any of the errors that have been identified, and we'll give that back to you for your reference for the future year and for next year's strategic planning as well. So thank you for bearing with us.
So I think the bottom line here is the overall cost is $1.8 million, and the sources of funding proposed are underneath that. That's the bottom line, right? Okay. The next item, Highway 19 entry sign. Luke?
Thank you. So the next item is the Highway 19 entry sign. It's been proposed that the town have a more formal or a grandiose, entrance as people are coming up the highway and approaching Qualicum Beach. There have been references made to, say, Parksville sign or the sign in the Comox Valley, and how it would be nice to have a more of a formal announcement of the town's presence in that location. So it is a fairly major project. If the town does choose to proceed with this, the town would recommend that $250,000 be allocated in 2027, and that be funded from the Asset Investment Reserve. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Skipsey?
Well, I think there is mention of this depending on the scale of the project. So I can see something anywhere from the signs that are the size of Welcome to Nanoose Bay, very kind of classy but not big, or I don't know how much those would cost. It would be interesting if we could get information from the RDN as to the cost of those, and maybe that as a starting point all the way up to something that is larger in scale. But I think it's just having something.
Yeah, Luke, can you give us a sense of what these signs cost? Because I kind of had the same response. I said, are you kidding me, right? But actually, yeah. Luke, can you tell us what these signs cost?
Sure. I don't really have a current, recently constructed project. I do know Parksville's, when they went through that process in 2011, I think it was, that was $125,000 at that time. So very long time ago. Costs have gone through the roof in every area since then. So we can certainly reach out. The key thing is that it's not free, right? So we just need to allocate some money, and if it turns out through future council decision making that the scope is reduced, then that money wouldn't be drawn from the Asset Investment Reserve. So this process is about making sure that it's funded and it's feasible, and then we can plan in our work plans to do this in 2027. Certainly, if there's a way to do it more cost efficiently, we would be doing it. And also anticipating that costs will continue to increase between now and 2027.
Councillor Vandervaart, and then Councillor Young.
Yeah, I get a sense that the sign may or may not be that expensive, but certainly it sounds like there'd be a lot of staff time and meetings and going back and forth about design. So that might be more costly, the more costly aspect of it.
So staff have looked into the approvals process with the Ministry of Transportation, and that side is relatively straightforward. However, certainly a lot of planning goes into these big signs, because we would have to have a design that council and the community are happy with. That's the first thing. That takes a lot of work, just to get them to agree on anything, much less the first vision of Qualicum Beach.
Yeah, Councillor Young.
Going back to design, is that going to be gleaned from our website design, or I don't think we have branding in the near future. So where is the design coming from?
That's an excellent question. So we did have that visual identity work I've previously identified, and that has been kicked to a future year. So it may not, the timing may be off now. I think it requires a bit more discussion. So, for the purpose of today, I think, later on we're going to be discussing motions and specific to each of these initiatives, and Council could give us direction as to the relative importance of doing this in the first place, and then we would be able to come back with maybe more details on the year, because your point is very good. We can't do this until we do some visual identity work first.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. I don't have a high rate of urgency or importance for this. The thing that always seemed to surprise me is how the Ministry of Transportation or whoever was in charge at the time when they built the highway, Qualicum Beach doesn't show up on those great big signs until you pass Parksville. And people seem to have no trouble finding us. So in a nice warm sign like the Noose, I agree, those are very tastefully done. Instead of the big humongous sign that Parksville has, we don't need that. I think we have a unique character. And we all talked about maintaining the character of Qualicum Beach, and that's not spending $250,000 on a sign. So I think we can do a lot better than that. And I think having some consistency with what we've done with the wave, this is actually the line of our beachfront. I think it was something in that regard. I don't think we don't have to spend $250,000. If it stays there, we would just know that eventually we'll have a lot of surplus from that. But from what I'm concerned, if you're looking for direction, I'd say this is of very low importance to me.
Okay, so let's come back to the decision about that if we could. The next one is multiple entrance signs design and replacement. Luke?
Thank you. So this one is also signage related, but it's slightly different. The number of $250,000 is unfortunately the same, so it's a bit confusing. But what this does is it looks at all the smaller signs throughout the town. We have entrance signs, Village Way and 19A. We have entrance signs on Memorial, Crescent, right? There are a number of entrance signs. So this is kind of a standing item that would be distributed over a few years to look at those one at a time and either replace, repair, upgrade, doing each of those in sequence. So if council does choose to advance this initiative, we're identifying it as completely grant dependent and recommending that it be advanced in outer years, so 2028 and beyond.
Questions? Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Harrison one time had the idea that we could have bilingual street signs, typically for the street signs, like Maple Street, Alder Road, whatever it is. And so your address doesn't change, but it has a bilingual in their language on top of it. And I think some of the signage that we're considering now, I think, and I mentioned this I think last time, that on the 17th, which is a Friday, there's going to be a big event as far as acknowledging Qualicum's First Nation language. So we can look at that and see if we can make some of these signs bilingual in their language and in English. And there is funding for that.
This would be separate from that, is that right, Luke? This is a separate project?
Possibly, but I'm making a note of it because it's possibly a funding source, right? So if the town were to replace a sign and replace it with a sign that had Qualicum Beach as well as a First Nations name or wording, that might be a grant opportunity.
And the funding source for this is grant dependent, right? Councillor Harrison?
And also, too, I do think it's a good idea to have something as a placeholder here, because I'm thinking, my parents live in Eagle Crest. Their sign, essentially what it rested on, had completely rotted out, and the sign fell over. And staff had to work with Eagle Crest Residents Association to update the sign, put it back in the ground. So just for some of the other, as Mr. Sales mentioned, there are several signs for each sort of community and also for the town itself. And just to do a quick scan of what maybe needs some work, because there's a certain life cycle for those signs as well. And making sure that we're not sort of falling behind on that. And then we have the Eagle Crest sign for a while sort of resting on an angle in front of Eagle Crest, and it was, it's not ideal, it happens, but it is reasonable to have this in here as a placeholder where you're just checking it. And because it's grant dependent, it's not coming out of our coffers, so I think this is quite reasonable as is.
And actually, the original Eagle Crest sign hangs over the doorway. You have to look up. I don't know if you've noticed, but the Eagle Crest sign that we nailed to the header of the stairwell, that was the original Eagle Crest sign. So the one sign that I think we took responsibility for is on the corner of East Crescent and the Island Highway with a golf course, which had a brick planter, posts and lights and a name. So that's the replacement. Is that part of this item?
I think I am familiar with that one. I don't know the status of that. I'd have to maybe check in with Mr. Weir, who's not here today.
Okay, can we move to the next item, which is the operations modernization? Luke?
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the operations modernization. This project would see the town's 2 operational departments, parks and public works facilities, upgraded. In past years, we've considered those 2 facilities being consolidated into a single operations facility. There's a lot of benefits to that, which have been described in previous meetings. So the big change that you see before you today is that when council saw the budget earlier this year, it had a budget of $6.1 million, which was spread out over several different years. And so since that time, a few things have happened. One, there have been cost escalations and everything. And the big kind of aha moment, at least for me personally, was just recently the city of Nanaimo got approval to borrow $48.5 million towards their new operations facility, which is estimated to cost $120 million in total. So as staff, we kind of stepped back and said, do we have enough money allocated towards this project in the first place? And the answer was very clearly no. So 6.1 million would not have been enough. So we have updated that. It's now 12.1 million. And the difference between those 2, we're proposing to come from the sale of land, and what land it is remains to be determined. The only one that potentially relates to the actual public works yard is that if the town were to relocate away from that location and decide to sell some of that, that would definitely put a dent in that funding difference. So once again, the cost increase that you're seeing before you today is based on seeing what things are costing in other communities, and also reflecting on the fact that the $6.1 million cost estimate is probably going on 8 years old now at this point. So to provide some flexibility or capacity for council and the town in future years, we're recommending that be increased to 12.1 million. Thank you.
Can I just ask, so this is slated, it says project was proposed in 2023, and you're suggesting 24 to 26. So in 24, you'd be starting to do some conceptual design, some order of magnitude costing, that kind of thing. So more detailed information would go back to council? Is that how it would roll out?
That's correct. We are in the early stages of this. Council has earlier indicated that we would be going out and reaching out to a consultant to do a third-party assessment of where this facility might be located, whether it's going to be a combined facility or whether the 2 operations departments are going to be upgraded in place. That work hasn't been done, so there's still a lot of decisions yet to be made, and council would be weighing in on all those key decision points, right from the issuing of the RFP, selecting the consultant, and then all the steps along the way in terms of receiving the consultant's report, providing feedback and direction.
Questions from council? Councillor Harrison?
In the previous council, we assigned, I believe, is around $100,000 for a consultant to basically discuss the viability of different sites. because we were at a bit of an impasse as to which location. There were 3 locations, I think, that were mooted, and we were sort of not clear how to move forward, and we had some questions about long-term environmental impacts and other issues. Is that going to be a report forthcoming, I'm assuming early next year, if I may, just through the chair?
Thank you. So you are correct, Councillor Harrison. So $100,000 was allocated, and that's why you see the budget is $6.1 million. So $100,000 was for the consultant to be engaged to pick the site. What's actually held up the process is that seems to be a strong interest, certainly from staff, and members of the public have also identified that behind the fire hall would be an excellent location physically for this type of an operations facility. However, because it's an agricultural land reserve, we're having some discussions to kind of feel out whether that's an option, because if it is an option, then it should be within the scope of work of that consultant. If the Agricultural Land Commission, if we get the feeling that don't waste your time, that'll never be an operations facility, then we're not going to waste the consultant's time and our money investigating something that's a dead end.
Councillor Vandervalk?
Yeah, I guess I'm just unclear on the process so far. So $100,000 was dedicated by council to look at alternative sites, but that hasn't happened, or it has happened? It's currently happening.
That's correct. Council has allocated the money. So last financial plan, council had $6.1 million, $100,000 to hire the consultant, and then $6 million in future years for actually constructing the facility. So the consultant work has not happened yet, because we are doing some preliminary investigation as to whether the land behind the fire hall should be included in the request for proposals that would go out to a consultant. So we're in the early stages. We're approaching the pre-planning stage. We haven't gotten there yet. So we're just making sure there's budget in place as we move forward.
Can you give us your best guess for what the timeline for the feasibility study is?
So when we originally proposed the project, the consultant work would be around 6 months. And I think we would be looking to issue the RFP early next year. Given we need to be a little bit flexible because of the housing work. So I would say that's going to be issued early next year. I think we'll see this report by the end of next year.
Other questions, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. When we were talking about the washrooms in the ball field, because of future changes, we said maybe we could renovate the existing one, bring in some portables and so on. That's a drill, emergency drill. Yeah, I think we're okay here. So this is going to take a while. Can we do something about the facilities for our staff? We had a tour with new council. We went around and we heard some of the concerns raised by staff where they were having lunch. So I'm not going to get into details of all the little intricacies they told us about, but is there a way for us to make that a healthier, safer place for them to have their lunch, have showers, or leave their gear wherever appropriately, washing facilities, so on? Can we deal with that issue as a kind of a modular thing so we can use it somewhere else if we have to? But I felt bad about some of the issues they raised about what it was like to have those facilities the way they are.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we did see, I believe it was a budget of $50,000 last year to make some of those improvements since council has been down there. So there was fresh paint, washroom refresh. There was some office construction where there was none. Improved. I think the roof was already solved. I believe there was increased air conditioning added. So we definitely have made some improvements since council was originally down there. Again, it is more of a Band-Aid to a larger problem, but we wanted to solve that for our people, at least in the immediate short term last year.
Any other questions about this one? Okay. To the last one, the new Visitors Information Center public washroom. Luke?
Okay, thank you. The Chamber of Commerce is proposing to construct a new visitor center on the town-owned waterfront land. And as a part of that visitor center, they are proposing that there be a public washroom that's accessible from the outside of the building, likely from the inside as well. And they've requested that the town allocate funding to cover the washroom portion of the building, and then they would be fundraising for the remainder of the construction project. So the funding allocation is $500,000 in total, of which staff anticipate that $375,000 would be grant dependent, so we would be looking for funding for that portion. $125,000 would come from the town's asset replacement reserve, given that this is an existing town facility. Thank you.
And it's proposed for 2026, but you just note there that Chamber is requesting that the initiative be advanced to 2025 for your consideration. Councillor Harrison.
Just briefly, when I was the Chamber liaison, there was some debate within the Chamber as to potential locations for the visitor center when they build a new one. So I'm assuming then that there's been a decision made as to what the best location is, just because there's some discussion of the current location, possibly somewhere else. And yeah, just because I'm thinking the roundabout is right there, and for potential traffic conflicts, if that's an issue or not.
Sure. So I have been in a few of the planning meetings with the Chamber, and there haven't been any major changes in location proposed. You know, minor tweaks, moving the building back and forth, or minor shifts, but I'm not aware of other locations being considered. So unless that's a secret, I don't think that's an option on the table.
Oh, and just to clarify for the public too, those were much older conversations, so it's entirely reasonable that they would have essentially narrowed the list down today. So that makes sense.
So what I'd like to suggest that we're going to go back
Allison?
to the beginning of this. Oh, sorry, Councillor Vander Wacht.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, in terms of the washroom, which is essentially what the $500,000 is for, how would this be operated? Would it be open even if the visitors information center isn't? And is it inside, outside? And also general maintenance, I'm assuming that it would be town staff if it's used outside of their regular business hours?
Luke?
Well, it would be great if they maintained the washrooms and they were accessible from the outside. However, there's just a lot of decisions that we're not there yet. So as we get into more advanced discussions with the Chamber, we'll talk about things like maintenance. But I think it's fair to assume it would have to be accessible from the outside, because the Shell station's getting really tired of people coming across the street to go there.
I think probably you probably don't want the washrooms limited by the hours of the visitor center. I just recently was in a similar situation in 100 Mile House. The town operates the washrooms because the hours of the visitor centers are so confined, right?
So then there would need to be funding in terms of
Staff.
ongoing cost as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So to be determined. Okay.
No, actually, there's no way that we can say it's going to be part of the tourist information people that are sitting there to operate the washrooms. These will be public washrooms. So they'll be open when they're closed. They'll be open in the evenings until sunset or whenever. These are public washrooms so that they can also use.
That's what my understanding is, but still we would need, in terms of the cost of it, we would need ongoing staff time and money.
So this is just the capital side, the operating side you'd need to accommodate. Yep, right? Yep, we're going to break at 2:30, right?
If we could advance that break now, Allison, so before council goes into their decision-making, because we're to the point now where the PowerPoint will take them through each of the slides, so I think it's just a reasonable.
I was being optimistic. I thought we could finish the decision-making by 2:30.
A break would be awesome.
Sure. Can we take a 10-minute break? Councillor Harrison?
Just while we're still doing this, so there's one thing which And again, I understand staff have been working incredibly hard, so it's not a critique, but we do have one page for a scoping sheet that isn't in the list of all the projects, and it's the parking lot at Fernan Beach. So I think just a 2-second conversation, that was always the intent when we purchased the property, but just so the public's aware.
Oh, right, yeah,
So it's page 23 of what we've been given
right in
today.
the scoping sheets. Luke, is this yours? Okay, we have a break? Okay, let's have a break and we'll come back. Thanks. Sorry. We're missing Raj. Oh, we're missing Raj. So the plan here now, going forward, is to go back through these and get council's direction on them. So Wesley, if we can have the next, because of course these are your decisions to make. And this is just intended to be helpful, but again, these are council's decisions. And we'll just start each project at a time. So starting with the skate park. Councillor Harrison.
Just before we get to this, there is one question which wasn't in the list, which I just, as a potential capital project. Previously, we discussed the old fire hall site, and it's not included in anything because that building is getting close to end of life cycle. And I was wondering if there was anything that we're planning in our term or not with that site.
The last discussion that we had with council and Rosen report on that was to extend the terms for the 3 tenants that are in the facility now. So they were given a 5-year lease, all 3 of them, extension recently, like within the last 2 weeks, with a 90-day cancellation clause on either side. So 90 days for council to give them notice or 90 days for the tenant to give notice to vacate. But there was no direction from council at that time to look at anything for that location.
Councillor Van Vaart?
I'm just wondering, did we actually look at the last scoping page? Develop parking lot at Fern and Beach?
This is an item that was to be discussed in camera.
The parking lot at Fern and Beach? Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move forward? So if you want to go back to the scoping pages, I think, is the way to go through this. Or sorry, maybe not. Maybe it's, you have the slides in front of you. You have this page in front of you, right? Do you have those in front of you? Can you go back to the very first chart, the Blue Sky Initiative chart? Should be in front of the scoping sheets. Yeah, so it's this way. Yeah, maybe that's the easiest way to follow along. Then you have the scoping sheets. Never mind, stay with this. Okay. I'm just trying to look for a way to follow along with this. So we have the skate park construction. The key part of this is, now I've got 2 pieces of paper in front of me, is the shift in budget from 1.2 to 1.5. And we're hoping to get council to give a direction on this. And it could be that you abandon them. Some of these you may abandon completely, or that you make a recommendation from committee of the whole to council. So this suggested recommendations, committee of the whole recommend to council that the skate park construction initiative previously included and approved in 2023-2027 in the amount of 1.2 million be increased to 1.5 million and be included in the 24-28 financial plan to be funded in 2025.
Yes, I'll move that, but I'd like to make an amendment.
Yep.
So I can present it as amended, because the one area that we talked about was that if the skateboarders can come up with $300,000 sooner, then the timeline would change. So as long as that provision was in there, so it's clear for people when they read this, that they know that if they come up with that money sooner, park will be finished sooner. So that's my amendment, but the rest stays as it is. I'll be happy to move that.
Okay, so you could add to it that should the skateboard part contribution be available earlier, that council would consider advancing the project.
Yeah, the community contribution.
Right, community contribution.
The skateboard community.
Right. Is that clear as mud, Heather? Okay. Do I have a seconder? Or is there a seconder? Sorry, this is your part, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Harrison will second it. Discussion.
Councillor Young?
With that in mind, then will we make sure that we contact the skateboard people and tell them that is urgently needed, they got to get their funds up?
Can't think of a better motivation for skateboarders than to do this. Thank you.
Well, I think maybe the communication should be that council is keen, and should their funding be available, that council would consider advancing the project, right?
Yeah. Because the way, if the wording is changed, we can send them the exact motion as changed with the scoping sheet and say, here's the deal, get on with it, and we'll have a skateboard sooner. So I think that's all needs to be said.
Can you call the question?
Yes, I can. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried.
Awesome. Fantastic. Next one, Wesley. So this is the second part of this, that the community amenity contributions from the development of 850 Eagle Crest Drive be allocated at 50% for parkland and environmental conservation and 50% to local health care. Sorry, this is, and so that council allocate the $500,000 of community amenity contributions from the development located to the skateboard park. So this is actually the second part of this motion. The previous one is a previous motion, right? I'm sorry. So the one at the top of the page there is a previous council motion from 2022. And so that 50% for parkland that is then, the suggestion is that council allocate $500,000 of the community amenity contributions from the development of 850 Eagle Crest Drive to the skate park construction project in the 2024-2028 financial plan. Councillor Harrison?
So moved.
Seconded?
So the number was actually $1,090,000. It's, you know, it may not sound like a lot, but when you're trying to raise $45,000, it's a lot. So that's another $45,000 that the community doesn't have to raise, which is a nice little addition. So I just question, okay, for healthcare, how would we spend the other half? And maybe this is not, and it's obviously not related to the skateboard park, but how would you envision the other half to be spent?
Through the chair, well, actually, I don't know who's the chair. I think that's it. Mayor Westbrook, I apologize. Just a bit of confusion there. That's definitely a discussion for another time. You know, there could be, you know, capital investments that the town chooses to explore over the next foreseeable future, or it will be, council could choose to reallocate that to some other purpose. So a decision doesn't need to be made today, but certainly, you know, council could explore it. There's lots of options to choose from.
Given that that was made in June of 2022 by this council, right?
No, that was previous council.
Previous council,
and
right.
And the deal was that we would consult with the owners of that project as to how they want to spend it. So I'm just leading into that if we didn't see a way for us to actually usefully use that money for healthcare, that some of it could be used for other things related to the park, because we have a number of issues related to the park. Thank you.
Councillor Sipsey.
Well, I'd just like to plant the seed that if there's 90,000 left over, that maybe that could be used towards environmental conservation, like the OECMs, which was about $20,000. Other ecologically, whatever, land conservation measures, that's it.
I don't think it's fair to say that was the motion and now we're going to change that. That has to be the council discussion that we're saying we're not going to stick to that deal. All I said was the number is more than $1 million. That's all. The rest stays the same. If we want to spend it on something else, that would have to come back to a council meeting.
Yeah, and so the decision for today is to allocate some of that parkland money for the skate park. That's the decision that's in front of you. So the decision is for yours to make. We've got a mover and a seconder. If there's no further questions, maybe you can call the question.
I just want to make sure half is $545,000, not $500,000. That was the deal.
Sure.
You are correct, that the amount of the amenity contribution will be more than $1 million. If council wants to allocate more than the 500,000, you could amend this motion, to reflect the 540,000 or 45,000. Otherwise, as it stands, there would be a remainder left over for some other purpose.
Yes, and I think that other purpose should be decided by a council, but if we're going to use it for other things than that, then the owners of the property, based on the policy, would have a say.
Can we call the question then on the motion of the allocating 500,000?
Yeah, I think so. All okay with that? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Terrific. Okay, the next one, which is Safflam Park amenity construction. That the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that Safflam Park Amenities Initiative previously included and approved for 2023 to 2027 financial plan in the amount of $350,000 be increased to $600,000 and included in the 24 to 28 financial plan to be funded in 2025 and 2026.
Thank you. Who would like to move that? Councillor Van der Valk, seconded. Councillor Skipsey, discussion. Councillor Young.
Can we put the amendment to see if we can still get First Nation support on the funding?
Moved an amendment. Is there a seconder?
Well, just hold on. You're letting me chair this now,
that's
so
your draw.
then,
I'll stay out of it.
right, I do have the gavel. But anyway, to make an amendment like that, we need some wording, and we can't just throw that out like that. Councillor, Ms. Varela.
I think you would also want to have discussed that with your First Nation
Yes.
neighbors. So
Yes.
I think it's a challenge. If council does advance this, and the mayor and the chief wanted to have a subsequent discussion, then respectfully, that's up to the mayor.
Yeah. So since there's no second there, the motion as it is. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Next item.
Excellent. Next one. This is new facilities to support recreation in Oceanside. We've made that amendment. The Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that new facilities support soccer and support recreation users in Oceanside initiative to be included in the 2024-2028 financial plan with a funding amount of $620,000 in 2025. And the staff recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that new facilities initiative be included in the 2024 to 2028 financial plan with a funding amount of $620,000. And you notice this is the change is to 2028. Councillor Harrison?
I would move the recommendation, but we'll talk about it more in a sec.
Yes, and I'll second it, but we need to change the wording from support soccer to support sports use on the fields. Yes.
Is there a
Ms.
mover?
Yes.
for that?
Councillor Harrison moved it.
Oh, I'm sorry, you did move that.
Yeah, he
I'm
moved it, I
sorry.
seconded it.
And you
So,
seconded.
Councillor Varela, Ms. Varela.
The verbiage you discussed previously was community park users, I believe,
Perfect.
Your Worship.
Yep,
Is that appropriate?
Exactly, perfectly. Well, thank you. So with that change, further discussion, Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, so I totally agree with this, and I do have, my only issue though is just with the date. 2028 is pretty far out for this. The bulk of the funding is coming from the Community Growth Fund, and we did hear also too from, someone mentioned that the user group has some funds as well. So I think this is something where we might want to look at the date, maybe advance it a bit, and see what other support can come from the community. So I don't know if we do an asterisk or we potentially do an amendment or potentially an earlier date if funds are provided from the community. Just because if people are going to put in a couple $100,000, it makes sense to advance it more rapidly.
And so before this comes back to council, because these are only recommendations from the committee of the whole, so before it comes to council, if we can verify those 2 points, that would be helpful. Ms. Varela?
Just a reminder, Your Worship, again, of these 11 capital initiatives, of the 11, all but one are planning. And so the same was with the strategic initiatives. So I think, again, as we start to look at those years, and we'll bring them back to council, we'd like to bring the table back, start to make that live each year. But there's risk with the timelines for everything, given the provincial housing announcement. So if there are opportunities, we'll grab them. This is really about budget and as well as staffing. I want to float that out there.
Would you think it would be reasonable when this comes back to council that the preamble would say that these projects, because of the announcement by the Ministry of Housing, could be delayed to an unspecified time?
Again, when we put a year in the plan, what we'd like to see is a public discussion about when timelines are adjusted. So timelines can shift forward or back based on what's actually happening on the ground. So this is the best laid plan with what we have today. And as we bring back that robust quarterly reporting, we'd like to say, hey, we see a risk with the timeline here, or we see an opportunity for advancement here. So again, it's not cast in stone. It's how do we keep these discussions live and bring them back for council's decision making. We still need to develop the budget with the funds allocated in a specific year.
Thank you. And I think to avoid confusion and for clarification for everybody who's here and who's listening in, that some of these projects could be moved back or forward, depending on the availability, on the other funding opportunities. So I think as a preamble to state that, because of what happened with Ministry of Housing and his announcement, that some of these things, the timelines could be changed.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we will include that in your financial plan. That will be amended. We'll make sure that features prominently in this document. Thank you.
And I think just to add to that, because totally fair, that, you know, every year I would expect council's going to go through this process, and you have the opportunity then, given your circumstances, to change this and to make whatever provisions are necessary to accommodate if you want to advance this. But this is a 5-year plan, and you're probably protecting yourselves by putting some of these things out at the end. Councillor Skipsey.
Yep. Who's steering this?
Yeah, you're right. You've got a motion on the table. I'll buy it.
Well, I just had a question because it's 620,000 estimated capital cost, but it's actually 600,000 capital and 20,000 for a consultant for the plan. So I'm wondering if that 20,000 gets kicked out to 2028, or whether we will look at this and see what it is that is needed, whether that would happen in 2024 as originally proposed on our spreadsheet, or whether that would be moved off.
Mr. Seals.
Yes, thank you. So that expense would also be moved off, because even when the town hires a consultant to do a project, there's a lot of staff time and community time that goes into that, and that same effort will likely be displaced by the housing initiatives.
Sorry, so that is the recommendation from staff for us. Any further discussion? Could I add, was it moved and seconded, Ms. It was moved and seconded, so any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you.
Terrific. The next item, the misting stations one, I got the sense that there were some mixed feelings about this, so if council wants to make a motion, there's a motion proposed. Committee of the whole recommended council misting stations to be included, but if you don't want to deal with this, then that's an option for you as well. Councillor Harrison?
Just if I may, if it would be too burdensome for staff, I do think that to have a report in a public meeting, and then we essentially, I think the conclusion is reasonable from staff. I do actually support it, but maybe just having that one document in a public agenda where people could look at the rationale and not have to sift through this very long meeting to find the rationale. So I might just propose an alternative motion that staff present at a future meeting, date undetermined, a report on the viability of the town providing misting stations.
Is that what you really want, or is it that you, isn't that terrible? That's very cheeky of me. But I heard you previously say that you were interested in the rationale for why it's not necessary to provide misting stations.
I just think having a written document that someone could point to.
Right.
And if someone has a question, we have in the agenda, this page, you see it.
Right.
And it's a little bit clearer as to the rationale behind. Because yes, this is public, but it's a very long meeting. So I just think just for the clarity for the public, you could also, to staff, I think staff might point out we could do an FAQ. But I do think just having a clear council resolution with a brief report at several months from now might be appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm.
Ms. Varela?
Thank you, Your Worship. So there is a scoping sheet on this. Again, the Director of Finance needs some direction on whether to include this in the budget or not, or if we just hold it in a holding pattern for beyond 2028. So,
Based on what our Director of Engineering said, that this would just add to more asset management and planning costs, that why don't we just say that we don't proceed at this time? Next year, there may be some reasons why things have changed, why we should do it. But I think at this time, we're not proceeding. So my motion is not to proceed with misting station at this time.
Councillor Harrison, are you prepared to withdraw your motion?
Sure. No, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion not to proceed at this time.
Yeah. And a second to Councillor Skipsey. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Next item, accessibility improvements. Committee of the Whole recommended to Council that accessibility improvements initiative be included in 2024-2025 financial plan with a funding amount of $50,000 in each year. And there's a staff comment there. Establish in 23 or funding, be it that it be increased by $50,000 annually to either reserve fund or address the cost of accessibility improvements. There's no resolution required if council does not intend to increase the annual contribution. So the question to council is, do you want to increase the annual contribution?
Councillor Harrington.
So I do think it's a good idea to have some kind of resolution, specifically because just speaking for the accessibility team at their meetings, there's been a lot of concern that we'll develop a plan, we won't be funding it. So that's one of the reasons the Spark grant that got held up is they were really worried that we'd only have one chance to fund something. I do think the decision really before us is, do we increase the amount of money we're allocating to our reserves annually or not? That's the real decision point here. But I do think also having some language that we are including funding for accessibility would also be helpful for the community as well. So I just think those are kind of two separate things. So I think the first thing we should do is maybe decide, do we want to have above and beyond what we're already planning for accessibility, or just have it inclusive? But it might be helpful too to know how much we're allocating to that reserve to see how much of that rate, what the ratio is.
What's currently being allocated?
Is that the question? What's currently being allocated to the asset replacement reserve? Or?
Oh, no, I mean, so the point would be if $50,000 is an additional amount on $6.8 million per year, it's not a huge increase. But if it's $750,000 per year, it's actually a much more significant increase. So it's just trying to get a sense of what is the scope of our annual funding for the asset investment reserve and the asset replacement reserve.
I'll be able to better answer that question when we come back with the capital budget, which will have proposed increases to reserves. And this would, so what this is saying is over and above what would be recommended to address the gap, that the contribution to the reserve be increased by this additional $50,000 here.
Okay, so then sort of subsequent to that, what sort of funding are we currently seeing for accessibility under existing operations on an annual basis, roughly?
Yeah, it's exactly. It's not earmarked in the budget. I mean, we make a contribution to the reserve for asset replacement and investment in new assets, and then priorities. I mean, projects are prioritized by council, and funding is allocated through the budget process.
So what you're trying to get at here is trying to specifically earmark $50,000 a year in the reserve for accessibility purposes. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so,
Well, what I do then is, I actually disagree that no resolution should be required. I think there should be clear council direction that there is 50,000 within the existing amount we're funding dedicated for accessibility. I think that is pretty clear, because right now, it's not clear to anyone in the public if our existing programs are allocating any funds to that.
I understood you to say, Raj, that there are no funds specifically earmarked for accessibility capital projects at this time.
That's correct.
Right? Right. So this is, the intent of this is to specifically earmark $50,000 a year.
All right, so we have a mover for that, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Vandervalk, discussion. That's on the staff comment. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Sorry, just for clarity on the staff comment, because we had 3 potential conversations there. I just want to double check. For me, I do think that 50,000 as part of the asset investment reserve, that's what I thought we were supporting. And is it just so we're clear with staff, is that the intent of the motion?
So what do you understand out of that, Mr. Hare?
Well, yes, that is the intent of the motion, that over and above what will be recommended in the budget process, $50,000 increase to the reserve, or $50,000 increased contribution to the reserve will be dedicated towards accessibility projects.
So it,
Yeah.
sorry, I would just like to get clarification though as the corporate officer. So it's the resolution on the top then that you're going with, not the staff recommendation? Yeah, but somebody had said staff comment, so I want to just be clear. It's the resolution on the top.
Oh, yeah, staff comment is not a recommendation or anything. It's just that we understand, reading the staff comment, what we're doing.
But we're doing the top resolution.
That's right.
Okay, it's two
Thank you.
different things, so I'm just making sure that we're
No,
clear.
it's the recommendation that we're dealing with.
That committee, the whole recommends to council that the
That's right.
accessibility. Okay.
50,000 set aside for accessibility improvements annually into the reserve. Right. Okay, next one, Westlake. Community Gardens. Committee of the Whole recommend to council that Community Gardens initiative be included in 2024-2028 financial plan with a funding amount of $30,000 in 2028.
Any concerns about that? Councillor Skipsey.
Well, I just wonder if there's an opportunity to do something in advance of that. Like Councillor Young had suggested that there may be a way to advance this through the school district property, the garden that's already there. You know, how do we capture that in this motion, I guess?
My suggestion would be if you want to advance this, to change the date. And I suppose you could change the amount. You could reduce the amount to $10,000 and advance it forward. And Luke might have something to say with that. I can feel his eyes in the back of my head.
So earlier, Councillor Young indicated that the school district already had endorsed the concept of a community garden at KSS, and if so, then that would simplify the first part of the process, which is identifying a suitable site. So there's some uncertainty here, and it's hard to make a strong recommendation for or against an earlier year because I haven't had the chance to verify that with the school district. So in terms of the funding allocation, perhaps council could just add as a qualifier, unless earlier opportunities present themselves, and then staff, we can work on which budget year that gets included in.
I think that makes complete sense. It's not a lot of money, but if opportunities come up that we can work with it earlier than 28, that's good. But for now, leave it as it is, and we'll try and find another way of achieving that goal. Councillor Harrison.
And just to, if I may, to echo what the mayor said, this is a great opportunity for members of council too to liaise with other groups and with the community. If there's something which can be essentially done with no staff time or no cost to staff, because volunteers will do it, that would be a lovely initiative. If we have one site already identified, If someone wants to propose a different site, that's a whole different question. But since it sounds like we have a site identified in the community already,
But it's not approved yet.
that's great. Yeah, and it's not our bailiwick. It's really the school district has to
No,
approve
there's
that.
a few things that fall in place, but I think we can leave it as it is. Councillor Gipsy?
So I don't believe we have a motion on the table.
Not yet, no.
I would like to move the recommendation with added unless earlier opportunities arise.
So that's the motion, it's just as amended. Councillor Vandervalk seconding. So on the amendment, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Then as amended, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Perfect. The next one is a former bus garage. I'm sure this will be a hard pill to swallow. Committee whole recommend to council that the former bus garage construction phase 2 park construction initiative previously included and approved for 2023-2027 financial plan in the amount of $800,000 be increased to $1.8 million and be included in the 2024-2028 financial plan to be funded in 2024, 25, 26, 27. And I'm sorry, it's not a hard pill to swallow because this is the bringing together of the two budget amounts. It's an easy one.
Councillor Harrison?
So moved.
Thank you. Councillor Skipsey seconding. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
The next item is the Highway 19 entry sign. The Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that Highway 19 entry sign initiative be included in 2024-2028 financial plan with a funding amount of $250,000 in 2027.
Yeah, I would make an amendment before I even make the motion is up to 250,000. So.
Sorry,
No,
I'm taking your job again. Seconded by Councillor Harrison.
It wasn't a motion yet, so I've changed the motion before I made it. So that motion was never first brought forward.
You can move the motion
I moved
as
the
you've
motion
amended
as
it.
I amended it. So that's the motion, is up to 250,000, and that's been seconded. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Perfect. The next item is the second part of the signage discussion, multiple entrance signage design and replacement. Committee will recommend to Council that multiple entrance signage design and replacement initiative be included in 2024 to 2028 financial plan with a grant-dependent funding amount of $250,000 in 2028. Councillor Skipsey.
Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Vandervalk. Further discussion? Councillor Harrison?
Just one thing from my experience in the previous term where we would, for 2 or 3 years, we had the turf field as a budget item, which was grant dependent. So it looked like we were spending $4.4 million every year. And then folks said, oh my gosh, you guys are spending so much money. So just because this is a grant dependent funding stream, just through the chair to staff, when we eventually report out on this, it might be useful to have a separate section for the grant dependent expenditures. Or just a list somewhere where people understand that we're not spending this money unless we get the grants.
No, and that's a fair point, that if we put it in every year. But I think Mr. Hare has a different way of presenting budgets, and if things aren't done, they're gone. Perhaps you can explain how you tend to report on this kind of thing.
So in our capital plan, we revisit it every year. So if an initiative has been started, we would carry forward the funding to a future year. If the initiative has not been started, we basically start at scratch and we look at all of our budget items afresh so that we can prioritize all of our decisions in light of new requests that may come forward. So we don't carry forward budget amounts that are included in a future year automatically. They would be reviewed each year as part of the financial plan process.
That makes sense. So that issue that you brought up is then be avoided. So, Ms. Svensson, was that moved and seconded? Okay. The further discussion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
And the next one, Wesley. Operations modernization. Committee of the Whole recommend to Council Operations modernization initiative previously funded and approved for 23-27 in the amount of $6.1 million be increased to $12.1 million and be included in 24-28 financial plan to be funded in 24, 25, 26, 27.
Just an observation. I mean, we have some good debates on a $30,000 and a $50,000 item, and truly we should. Here we're talking $12 million, and I'm not even clear when we're going to do this or how we're going to do it. So when we talk about explaining to the public what's going on with the amount of money that's basically our one annual tax revenue, property tax revenue, that's what we're talking about the entire year. So this is something that really need to put some background into, some information to explain to people what's going on, because somebody might not even know what they mean, operations modernization. What does that mean? What does that include? So I think we need a bigger story about that and explain to people how that would happen and how we could possibly afford to do it. So at this point, I'm not sure if I want to accept or agree with that recommendation. I think it needs a lot more work as to how we're going to present it to the public. Like I said, this is the entire property tax revenue for a whole year. And we need to explain what this involves. So can we leave this for staff to come back with a more wholesome report before we say, yeah, we approve it, and not really knowing what we're approving and how we're going to do it? So could I ask the council to agree and say, let's defer this until we have a more complete report of this whole project?
Can I ask, Lou, was there a scoping sheet for this last year? This project, because it was approved by council last year at 6.1 million. So was there some work done at that time?
I believe the 6.1 was from 2015. So again, we can bring back a staff report. We do it quite quickly in advance of the budget with building on that information, but we can't do that with the benefit of a staff report.
So there needs to be some staff work on that.
Yeah, so we can leave this one, except to say that we ask staff for a more complete report regarding what this is called operations modernization.
Maybe you could make a resolution to that
Well, that
effect,
is my
request
motion.
a staff report to further explain the details of the project
That's
and the
the-
budget increase.
That's the motion I was asking council to support, to defer this to staff for a more complete report. Councillor Skipsey, Van der Waal, discussion? Councillor Harrison.
I do agree that that sort of report would be very useful. And if you hadn't made it, I would have probably said the exact same thing. I'm just wondering, though, that for this process, do we have to have some sort of recommendation about this project for it to be included in that budgetary process and everything else?
I was assuming that it would just stay, it would remain on the basis of your previous approval last year. Lou?
Your Worship, I know how important this is to staff, and so I would anticipate a staff report that brought this forward to council as part of this year's budget process.
So it would
early next
remain, the 6.1 million remains in the, it's alive. Council hasn't removed it.
Correct. So
Right.
my interpretation would be the 6.1 million remains, and then we would be looking to provide additional information to the community and to council about the 12.1, perhaps with some cost comparisons, square footages, recent construction. But again, because this is so important to our staff, for many of the challenges you folks are aware of, I would try to get this done for this year's budget.
Is that helpful,
Yeah,
Councillor
no, and I
Harrison?
strongly agree with our CEO that I really want to see this project get underway as quickly as possible, because the current working conditions, we can do better than that for the working conditions for our staff.
So, Ms. Svensson, could you read back the motion I made?
Mayor Westwick moved, Councillor Skipsey seconded, that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that staff be directed to provide a report at a future Council meeting regarding the Operations Modernization Strategy Initiative to further detail the projects and budget increase.
Thank you.
That was Wesley.
Hey, nice, but still, that's good. That's great teamwork. I appreciate that. So, further discussion on the motion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Perfect. And the next item, new Visitor Information Center public washrooms. Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that the new Visitor Information Public Washroom Initiative be included in the 2024-28 financial plan with a funding amount of $500,000 in 2026.
Thank you. I make that motion as recommended. Councillor Harrison seconding. Discussion. Councillor Skipsey.
Well, I'm just wondering, I guess I don't have much information about the scale or scope of this because we earlier approved washrooms at Sutton Park for $250,000, and now these ones are going to cost $500,000. So I'm just wondering, you know, is it double the size or what's the difference?
Well, the ones at Sutton Park are part of an existing structure. And the plumbing is there, the water is there, you may have to replace the lines, but it's already there. So that's how I thought, because they're not the same size, I would say the traffic for the Sutton Park washrooms, except for major events when they have portables, would be far less than what we would expect on our waterfront by the Visitors Bureau. So that's how I understand the amount is the way it is.
Do you want to ask the staff? Luke?
The mayor has described it very well. Yes, it's a different scale of washroom, different type of build, different location.
That was already moved by Councillor Van der Valk?
Moved by you and seconded by Councillor Harrison.
Oh, close. Any further discussion? Councillor Harrison.
So I'm just seeing the note here from staff that the chamber is requesting it be advanced. My understanding from the earlier discussions is that the reconstruction efforts would be grant dependent for the chamber. So obviously, if the chamber got a grant for the whole building next year, and the only thing that was missing was our contribution, that would be a discussion when we have that information. But I do think to advance it without that grant being realized, I think might be peremptory, but just flagging that note. And just through the chair to staff, if there's any comment they want to make on that.
Mr. Hare.
Yes, I think it would be wise to include it in the financial plan so you can take advantage of grant opportunities when you apply for grants. People want to see that project is included in your 5-year financial plan.
Great, thank you. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
That is magnificent. Thank you for that. I know that's just a huge amount of information to process. I'm just going to turn it over to your Director of Finance to just walk us through the budget. Is that okay, or Lou, do you want to take this?
No, that's fine. Raj can take it. Just a reminder, we do want to save some time for public comment.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So this is kind of next steps following the strategic planning sessions here. So we had our strategic planning session on Friday that dealt with our operating side of the budget and decisions made today. And then we have basically talked about capital today. So the next step will be in the all of this information will be referred into the budget process and be incorporated into the big budget book that we're going to be producing and we're working on. However, next immediate step in the budget process is reporting out on third quarter financial results. So we'll be reporting out on capital results, our operating initiatives, rather strategic initiatives, and the operating budget to council on December the 6th. And then we will, we have a committee of the whole meeting for preliminary introduction of the budget to council on December the 13th, where we'll be looking for council direction on the budget that's presented at that date. And then we'll incorporate council's recommendations and go back and basically work on the budget and be ready for public engagement session number 1 on January the 17th. Then we'll have an evening session at the Committee of the Whole for public engagement session number 2. And that's where we'll be looking for firm council direction on where we want to go, because we're producing this great big budget book here, and every change that gets made kind of changes different parts of the book. So it's a lot of work to adjust. So we're looking for those changes to be communicated to staff then so we can incorporate them into the book. And then essentially we would go to first reading on February 7th, or rather we're looking, first reading February 7th, and then second and third readings on February 28th, with final financial plan adoption on March the 13th.
Any questions about any of that? You have several more kicks at the can and the public process part of it too. So if there are any other questions or comments about that, I want to open for the two members of the public here for their questions or comments. We also had an email from Carol Dow just asking a couple of things, and she asked that we, ask these questions in public, so I will do that. First one, she asked, there are a number of concerns that are not relevant to strategic planning. We're going to leave those aside, but the first question she had to ask is who is handling earthquake and emergencies now that Rob Damon is no longer here? So you have new staff that are doing that. Lou, do you want to add anything?
Yes, I'll actually refer that to Luke because Shinjini works within his portfolio.
Thank you. So, as you indicated, we do have a staff person in the role of emergency preparedness, and that staff person went out and recently met with the Qualicum Woods Residents Association and met Carol Dow. So I'm not sure where the communication gap there is, but we do have a staff person looking after this. Thank you.
And to add, with her job description is also climate change mitigation, adaptation. So it's a dual function that this person undertook. And I think it's good to clarify that to the public.
Her second note was about she doesn't see noise abatement around the airport addressed in the strategic plan.
Allison.
And your CAO advised me that that's part of the public engagement that you're currently doing with the airport. Anything else that needs to be said about that?
I had a question or a comment about the last topic. Just for clarification, Shinjini met with the Chartwell Residents Association. I was in attendance at that meeting, not the Qualicum Woods. So that may be why Ms. Dow is a little bit confused. Thanks.
Thank you for the clarification. That's very helpful.
So again, back to the question about airport noise abatement. So that's part of the public consultation that you're doing now. Lou?
Yeah, so we have introduced the new process for how members of the public can submit concerns. We are continuing to turn our eye to how the public could have a forum about noise concerns or noise events. So council will have an update on that when they receive the report in January.
Then she has a question around the safety committee. There's no mention in the strategic plan, and your CAO advised me that this is part of your committee review. Anything else you want to say, Lou? No? Okay. And she made a note that the strategic report has too many acronyms for the public to understand. I appreciate that, and we'll work to reduce that, and certainly in the public documentation they'll be explained. Okay. So then, for our two intrepid, patient, tenacious members of the public, any questions or comments that you want to offer?
I'd like to make some
Sure,
comments.
please do.
I really admire all of the work that's happened.
Do you want to come up because we're live streaming?
I really admired all of the work that has been done in this room in the last couple of sessions that we've had, and it's a shame that more people weren't here, particularly this afternoon, because I think this was the best part. You know, this was the real sort of road ahead, if you want to call it that. One comment that I was thinking about when we were discussing it was to do with the skateboard park. I think this is something that's really important, and because it's a seniors community and there will be lots of people that won't understand why we need a different skateboard park, it's going to require what might be extensive explanations so that they get on side. But you know, we know now that skateboarding is part of the Olympics. And we also know that it isn't just the kids that are doing it. I think one of the oldest skateboard parker of some note is 49 years old. And I think that this fits in very much so with the, the retention of the families and that type of thing that has been identified. So I really think it's important to do that. They also, I think, have a fundraising group, which is always good. The other thing sort of related is the pickleball people, because I have contact with, my granddaughter works for the one of the municipalities in Alberta, and they have a group of people that are doing fundraising, and they've recognized some of the pitfalls that other communities have had where the noise is a factor, and so where it's being proposed, I think, is going to that's not going to be a problem. But what interested me was that that group had formed a group of people who were interested and were going to do some fundraising, and they were working with the municipality, and I guess they don't call it the RDN in Alberta. What do they call it? There's another name for it, but anyway, they were working sort of on a broad scale, and I think that that would be something that would be a good thing to have happen in our area. So I can probably think of a whole bunch of other things that I may write and send in, but for now I think that those are the two key things that came to mind, because they're really big for the community recreationally, and we're unique. Everybody knows that Qualicum Beach is unique, so to have a skateboard park that is facilitating Olympic participation and all the rest of it, I think it's a great thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you.
Just one quick question. You were talking about earlier the budget for the operations modernization, and that the consultant will start work on that soon in the first quarter. But I was wondering, is there any public participation in that process going to be going on a yearly basis, or is the public not involved in that discussion?
That's a good question, and I'm happy to speak to it. So the public would definitely be involved. One of the reasons that the funding allotment is on the generous side, it's $100,000 for this consulting project, is there's aspects of physical feasibility in terms of where these types of facility could fit, but then there's also an analysis that needs to be done in terms of impact on adjacent residences, on the environment, and those have a lot to do with public consultation. So public consultation would be substantial on the operations modernization initiative. So a site wouldn't be selected without generous public input. Thank you.
I hope that answers your question. Yes. Okay. And we have a member of the public that's just joined us. Any comment that you wanted to make?
Are you drawing to a close?
We are coming very close.
Well, it won't take long, but I live between Hither and Yon. This is Hither and Parksville's Yon.
What's your name?
Robin Robinson. And I was here this morning, and I just want to comment that the citizens of this area are very lucky. You people work very hard, and I just want to commend you. Thanks.
Thank you. And on that happy note, I think we're ready to adjourn.
We're not quite ready to adjourn because I failed to do this last time. I want to do two things. First of all, just from my point of view, I want to thank your staff. I've watched how hard, like ridiculously hard, they've worked over the last couple of weeks. And as I said early on, I just think you know, you're incredibly well served with the amount of information and support that you've received. So I just, from my point of view, I want to thank you. And then I want to give Lou a chance to make some final comments, which I forgot to do last time. So and then over to you, Mr. Mayor, and you can close us down.
Thank you. So again, this is only the second year that council has done this in open meetings. So huge kudos to staff for bringing this process along. Again, I've made notes about how we can improve things next year. You know we had some cross-translation problems between the PowerPoint, which really was our living document, and the supporting information. So thank you for bearing with us with that. But again, I know staff even yesterday was dropping off information packages for council and just really going over and above. So it has been evenings and weekends. So just a huge thank you to the whole staff team and to council for their continued support.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask each member of council if you have a comment about the process and whatever else you thought you should say at this point. Councilor Harrison, one end to the other.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to add to what Marla Steinman just said, that when she was talking about finding support from user groups, in this case for pickleball, that it's good to remember that user groups are much more porous in their boundaries than municipalities. So you'll find Oceanside Pickleball, if there was an Oceanside Pickleball Association, some would be in Qualicum Beach, some would be in Parksville, some would be in the rural areas. So it's good to remember when we're talking to them about finding support that it's not just a Qualicum Beach organization, that we're looking to all the different user groups that might be able to support it. There's a lot of really good information here. Also, too, I think it's really good that we're trying to flag for the public that we live in very uncertain times. I would say when I look at the last 20-odd years of history, this is probably the most uncertain it's been, given what's happening in the world, supply chains, a pandemic. There was a funny cartoon in The Economist, which recently had a picture of a woman holding the globe on her head, and there's the pandemic, wars, all the other things happening in the world, and she's holding them back, says, I missed the days when it was just global nuclear war that I was worried about, the good old days. But it's very uncertain times. Staff are working very hard on all this, and I do think that there's a lot of good things that are being proposed. And also the public should always be aware that we work in collaboration with senior levels of government. So we never know when a higher level of government might say, here's $3 million for this if you want to do it. And that might be a wonderful opportunity for us. So, you know, just because it's not a strategic plan doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means this is what we're trying to do right now. So if folks in the committee want to advocate for things, please continue to do so.
I was always thankful to be last, but I just want to thank Lou, who oversees council, and you've been taking a lot of beatings from us. Thank you, and thank you to the staff for taking on the challenge that we ask you to present for us and to propose what is best recommended for our community. So thank you for everyone in working together on this.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm just going to say thank you as well, because I know there's been a lot of work, and I think it just kind of dawned on me as we were going through this process how fortunate we are to have this sort of holistic and sustainable, I think, approach to how we're moving forward and having the longer term vision. I think it's really, really important, and it's been wonderful too to see how staff has been able to kind of roll with the punches from other levels of government, how we've kind of pivoted, or whatever the terminology is these days. But no, I think it's been a really great process, and I appreciate all of the work that I'm sure I don't even know all of the work that's gone into this, but it is appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have one item before my thank yous. Just Marla did remind me about pickleball, and I'm just wondering what happened to pickleball, because we did talk about that in the past. So that's a question that I'll try and find the answer for. I don't know if anybody wants to Luke, you look like you want to answer that, do you?
Thank you. There was a council resolution to include pickleball in the capital budget for 2000, or the financial plan for 2024-28. So when we come forward in the budget process, you will see pickleball, a provision for pickleball included in the capital budget.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. So there you go. I'm always able to ask questions and get reasonable and knowledgeable answers. So I will join the choir in saying thank you to our wonderful staff, and it really is appreciated. And I know I have a lot of questions that might seem a little bit left field, but I'm still learning myself. So thank you so much for your patience and indulgence as well.
Yes, thank you for your patience, because this is a lot of work. I was here last night after some other meetings, and Ms. Varela, Ms. Hare, Mr. Hare, Ms. Harrison, Svensson. It's been a long couple of days, but no, it's really appreciated. The effort that you've put in, it's not just, well, we got to get this done, we'll do whatever, but it is done well. And when it's not entirely complete, and there could be some improvements, you take ownership of that. And openly, it's like council, we're not afraid to ask questions. There's no such thing as a dumb question. So I don't think this has ever been done better. And I've been around, this is the 27th year that it's ever been done better by having it done in public. And council read their packages, staff is prepared to respond right up to the last minute about something that we can get an answer to. So thank you so much for the utmost effort on all your behalf. Thank you. Now it's a motion to adjourn. You got to find out what's your and what's my job. You can't make a motion to adjourn. You'd have to be elected. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Skipsey, Councillor Van der Valk, all in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.